Welcome in, everybody. It's Friday, July 24th, 2026. Wow. We've made it another day. Let's get right on into it. We'll start with our usual articles. Wall Street Journal is reporting that the Bahrain and Kuwait warplanes have been struck. They struck. So Bahrain and Kuwait warplanes have struck Iran in a rare Gulf retaliation. They're still trying to sell me cat shirts depicted as samurai warriors. Anyway, Bahrain and Kuwait secretly sent jets to attack sites inside Iran, their first such direct retaliation against Tehran, and an indication of the difficult position Arab states find themselves in as the war grinds on. People familiar with the matter said the airstrikes early this month targeted drone and missile storage depots. Among other military sites, some of the people said the United Arab Emirates, got to learn how to talk again, which attacked Iran multiple times early in the war, provided intelligence on targets and defensive air cover for the strikes in a sign of budding Arab cooperation in confronting Iran. Iran for weeks has focused its retaliatory strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait, both of which host American military bases. The two Persian Gulf states have relatively small air forces armed with U.S. and European jets, but didn't want to let Tehran continue to hit them with impunity. It would. I think I would love to have that shirt. I'd be honored to wear that shirt in public. So the United Arab Emirates said it supports a reduction in tensions in the region, including a full opening of the strait, a critical route for Gulf oil exports. Its foreign ministry condemned the attacks on Kuwait and Bahrain and said it stands in full solidarity with these states and reaffirms its support for all measures aimed at safeguarding their security and stability. After publication of this article, Kuwait's ambassador to the United States denied that his country struck Iran, that little weasel. Thank you, Valentine. Speaking of not a weasel, you are a friend of the stream, always down to gift memberships, and we sincerely appreciate that. Much love. So after publication of this article, Kuwait's ambassador has denied that his country has struck Iran. I mean, with what, is my question. The state of Kuwait has not participated in any military operations against Iran, nor has it permitted its territory to be used to launch offensive operations against any neighboring state. Ambassador Al-Zain Al-Sabah said, why is he lying? Why is he lying? A Bahraini government spokesperson didn't respond to requests for comment. Their dilemma is reflected more broadly across the Gulf, whose Arab governments are stuck between a war they didn't want and a much larger and aggrieved neighbor in Iran. Collectively, they have absorbed the bulk of the punishment inflicted by Iran throughout the war and are now reckoning with the likelihood of an extended standoff that threatens their security and economies. The war continuing in the manner that it is playing out right now is their worst-case scenario, said Dina Esfandiari, a Middle East analyst at Bloomberg Economics. That is because it does not give them the opportunity to rebuild and maintain their image as a haven for stability in an unstable region. It affects their very models. The UAE got involved in the conflict early on, carrying out dozens of airstrikes against Iran from the beginning of the war and continuing through the day after a ceasefire was announced in April. Iran has generally avoided striking the country in recent weeks, though it hit 2 Emirati oil tankers earlier this month. Kuwait and Bahrain are in a particularly tough spot. For decades, neither country has been on good terms with Iran. And they've been prime targets in the recent wave of fighting. Now, Iran is stepping up its attacks to hit more critical infrastructure. Kuwait's foreign ministry said Sunday that Iran targeted a power plant and water desalination facility, calling it a threat to its citizens and a dangerous escalation. Thank you, Thugbone. Welcome in. You are now a fellow noticer here on YouTube, as well as on Twitch. Welcome to the Noticer. This is the Noticing. By the way, I saw this really crazy movie poster. Apparently this is an upcoming movie. Look at this. Night of the Chicken Swingers. Holy shit. That is scary. That looks like it's coming out this Halloween. To a theater near you for just 10 shekels. Plus interest, you can watch this movie. I saw an Onion post that said, man binge watches entire movie. Which made me laugh because kind of true. We don't really watch movies. Like movies, that's a demanding thing. I've always felt that. Watching a movie, not like listening to a song. It's like you're locked into a seat and you don't have control over anything really. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what kind of story is being told for 2.5 hours. That is just quite a commitment. But I would definitely go watch this movie. For sure. All right, so countries like Oman and Qatar have long triangulated between Iran and the West and have shown little appetite for confrontation with Tehran. Saudi Arabia joined the UAE in attacking Iran earlier in the war, but is currently evaluating its position, says people familiar with the matter. Arab governments in the region had hoped the war would end quickly and let them get back to focusing on their economies. But the conflict is now in its 5th month, with no sign of either side getting what it wants or backing down. Gulf oil exports have been crippled by Iran's chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz. A new threat emerged this week with a Red Sea blockade and strikes on shipping by Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi militia. Lou Sab 3, thank you so much. We've hit a 2 years, it looks like. I see that it says 24 months. Thank you for that. That's it's quite a while to be noticing along with us. So thank you for subscribing. The conflict is now in its 5th month. No side backing down. Gulf oil exports have been crippled by Iran's chokehold. A new threat emerged this week with the Houthis. Tourism in the region has dried up. Investment is under pressure. Oh no. Not the shareholders. Here's a quote. It says, I think Gulf countries are beginning to realize that this war will continue for some time now. A researcher focused on Saudi policy and Gulf geopolitics at the University of Birmingham. This eventually means that they would have to confront Iran openly. Well, it's long been said since the war broke out, and, you know, a lot of these bases in the Gulf Coast countries were being used as staging grounds for military operations conducted by the United States. That of all the countries that are going to be experiencing a geopolitical catastrophe and would inevitably, certainly not survive the outcome of this war, at the top of the list, according to all these analysts, was Kuwait. Kuwait was going to be the one that fell first. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to remember that the royal family in Kuwait, whoever that might be, we should probably look that up, but didn't they flee the country like early on in the war? I don't even think that they're in the country anymore. And then I learned that in a lot of these, I don't know if it's a lot, but let's just say, I think in Kuwait, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a large Shia population, a large Shia population, which is sympathetic to Iran because they are Shia Muslims. Again, if I'm saying something wildly off base here, just correct me. But it's just I'm trying to remember things that I've learned recently. And the fact that the royal family would have fled, well, they're not already, they're not popular because they have Sunni leadership. So it's Sunni leadership, but like Kuwait is largely Shia. So, that sort of spells out some sort of civil war happening eventually. But don't take my word for it. Am I thinking about Bahrain? Could be. Could be. I'm not trying to make a blanket statement about the Gulf Coast. But I could have my countries mixed up there. Look at me scholaring it up. I mean, not really, but. Oh yeah, the Twitch chat. Now, this seems to be a daily occurrence. Apologies to my Twitch family. I usually pop that shit out. Pop it like it's hot. And I think I just did. So my apologies, but we're good now. Crappy United Kingdom. Hello to Dave, who happens to be a drummer. I've been to London. I went to London once. It was a fine town, I thought. But what do I know? All right, let's see. Governments are even starting to countenance the idea of regime change in Tehran, he said, because existing in the same neighborhood with this Iranian regime will effectively mean subservience to Iranian hegemony. What? Thank you. Exactly. And I was going to say, so I held my tongue when they started quoting this University of Birmingham researcher as he, I was going to say mansplained, but west-splained to the Middle East about their politics. And here he goes saying stupid shit like governments are even starting to countenance the idea of regime change in Tehran, as if they didn't already try that. Because, obviously, according to this dildo, the Iranian regime is offing its citizens, to such a degree. He says, because existing in the same neighborhood with this Iranian regime will effectively mean subservience to Iranian hegemony. So it's just they're once again projecting everything that England and the United States do onto their victims, onto their enemies, onto their antagonists. Iran is not. There's no such. There was no such thing as Iranian hegemony. Okay. It's the point is that there's American hegemony in the Middle East. And there's Israeli belligerent terrorism in the Middle East. But they always love to project and say it's really Iran that's the scourge. So just shameful reporting from the Wall Street Journal, of course. Manufacturing consent. Inventing reality. But we knew that. We knew that already. Let's take a look at Sonar 21 just to see what Larry Johnson's been saying. America knows nukes. It just can't build them anymore. Tell that to the Saudis. So Donald Trump made news briefly this week by proposing civil nuclear cooperation with Saudi Arabia that it includes support for building nuclear reactors using U.S. technology. You may remember Caroline Leavitt at the press conference saying that Saudi Arabia's deal with the Americans concerning civil nuclear energy and cooperation was contingent on them joining the Abraham Accords, which is another euphemism for normalizing Israeli occupation, apartheid, genocide, just normalizing relationship, and conducting trade and having a very integrated relationship with the Israelis. So this is not actually a new development. Discussions between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia on a formal civil nuclear cooperation agreement, known as a 123 agreement under the U.S. Atomic Energy Act, have been ongoing for years. What makes Trump's announcement new and curious is that he is insisting that the Saudis must sign on to the Abraham Accords, like we were just talking about, in order to seal the deal. And that will be the deal killer if the Saudis hold to their position that there must be a Palestinian state before they accept the Abraham Accords. So you see, there's a little irreconcilable contradiction. The Saudis have held the position that there must be a Palestinian state. This has been nominal. It's been rhetorical, but they've stated this, and now their words are being put to use here, put to the test, because they can only sign on this deal if they acknowledge the Abraham Accords, which is a non-acknowledgement of a Palestinian state. It's all the things. When you're normalizing ties with Israel, you're also sanctioning the genocide. Why can't I think today? Sorry. So, it's that whole, every action begets another reaction. So, Spoon Spooky, thank you so much. Keep courage and stand your ground, my friends. No one can take your soul. Thank you, Rathbone. Thank you, Spoon Spooky. It's got a fun little name. I like alliteration. As long as you're not Spoon Spunky. That'd be weird. Friday fatigue. Maybe that's it. Anyway, I think you get my point. I've made the point clear. Not that it was all that illuminating, but there is another more important reason that should give the Saudis pause in betting their nuclear future on the U.S. The U.S. experience in building nuclear plants is a shambles in the Pine Barrens of eastern Georgia. 2 hulking concrete domes finally began splitting atoms last year, 2 decades after they were first imagined. The Vogtle nuclear plant's units 3 and 4 cost more than $30 billion, ran 7 years late, and nearly bankrupted their builder. They are, by most technical measures, engineering triumphs. They are also a tombstone. Vogtle is the first new American nuclear reactor project to cross the finish line in more than 30 years. In that same span, China built 60. Russia built a global empire. And the United States, the nation that lit the first commercial reactor in 1957, that perfected the light water design the world still uses, that once dominated the atom the way it dominated the microchip, has forgotten how to pour concrete, bend steel, and balance books. The nuclear age is entering a new chapter. As climate deadlines loom and energy security rattles Western capitals, the countries that can actually build nuclear plants are discovering that atomic power is no longer just electricity, it's leverage. And right now, the United States is sitting on the sidelines with a stack of brilliant blueprints it cannot afford to construct. Oh, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. Daddy's little wet. I'm saying your name like I am Mark Rutte talking to Donald Trump, who is Daddy. But you are not Daddy, you are Daddy's little wet. Thank you for the subscription there, friendo. You are a good goy. Or a bad goy. I'm not sure. You're good to me, but I think you're a bad goy if you support me. According to, you know what I'm saying. All right, so do we want to read the rest of this? Not really. Not really, I have to say. And forgive me for that. That's Not cool. Let's get on with the Twitter slop. More fun that way. So we're just going through. No idea what we're going to watch. Here it is. This is from Nick Cruz. Zohran Mamdani running away from socialism while praising Barack Obama. Mamdani says Democrats have been branded as socialists for longer than I can remember. I remember President Obama being called a socialist almost every single day by Republicans, and it didn't stop him from delivering not just on his first term, but his second term. People are hungry for the vision of the Democratic Party, of course, that has more to do with the New Deal than the Raw Deal that so many Americans have been forced to accept. I don't know about you, but I don't trust a goddamn thing out of a person's mouth who signs his name with a D next to it.
Democrats have been branded as socialists for longer than I can remember. I remember President Obama being called a socialist almost every single day by Republicans across this country, and it didn't stop him from delivering not just on a first term, but a second term, and things that we still talk about to this day. And I do have to push a little bit on you, Roland, on the premise around blue and red and purple, because I believe what's at the heart of this agenda is the struggle of the working person. And as much as we believe ourselves in New York to be exceptional, we also know that working people aren't just struggling in New York City, they're struggling everywhere across the country. And this message is about how can we ensure that when you work every single day, that you come home at the end of the day and you can actually afford to pay those bills for your housing, for your childcare, for your groceries. How do we reduce the distance between those two things? And
I know, we make banking a public utility.
Here in New York City, we've talked about building more affordable housing, universal child care.
We start charging the bank's interest for the interest that they've stolen.
City-run grocery stores, real tangible things. I think that these have the potential to connect with any working person that's struggling.
It's like if you think about it, what he's saying is like, we just want to be able to afford the interest. We want to be able to just afford the economic rents. You can keep exploiting us, but make it manageable, please.
Anywhere, and I think for those
you please stay in charge, of course. But can you be nicer about it, just a little bit?
Who are concerned about what is this party? My answer would be that, you know, what is the Democratic Party if not its voters? And what we've seen from its voters is that people are hungry for a vision of the Democratic Party that has more to do with the New Deal than with the Raw Deal that so many Americans have been forced to accept over these last few years.
Sounds nice, but you realize that he's really just advocating for marginal solutions to structural problems. And that's not how you solve structural problems. But you know, people don't like me going after Zohran Mamdani, and there is so much
Democrats
in this
have been
world to be upset with.
For longer than
than a democratic socialist. But, you know, liberalism is a disease. It's very pervasive in our society. It's perhaps the largest impediment to real social change, because there's so many liberals who think that marginal solutions will solve structural problems. And what it really betrays is that they don't want to be inconvenienced. And they actually are kind of idealistic. You know, they tell us we're idealistic for realizing that a revolution is the only thing that could change this because we understand class society. But it's really, if you think about it, it's really idealistic. It's really naive to think that voting is going to change the class struggle. That's perhaps the worst form of idealism. It's also an example of insanity, because you keep thinking that voting is going to change substantially our socioeconomic conditions when it never does. But you still keep going, lining up to the polls, thinking you did something.
About Iran. You're talking about blowing up civilian power plants and bridges. Much of the civilized world.
Look at this guy. He's so tired. Look at his skin. It's cracking. Look at his hands. He's like the grotesque caricature of this latest stage of finance capitalism. He's personified all that. He's this old, wrinkly, crackling dinosaur with a really nice nussie. Look at that thing. I bet I could get him going with my little finger. But it's just, this is what finance capitalism produces, you know? It's the most cynical, self-interested, narcissistic, hand-rubbing grabbler that you can possibly think of. The most arrogant, the most spiritually Israeli person. He's the embodiment of all that. And he's 80 fucking years old.
Would consider that a war crime. Do you?
I won't respond to that question. Who you with?
The New York Times.
I figured so. Failing New York Times.
Sounds like your mental faculties are failing, Mr. President. Look at your eyesight is failing. Look at him. He can't even keep his eyes open. He's caked in makeup.
About Iran. You're talking about blowing up civilian power plants and bridges. Much of the civilized world
Yeah, I'm gonna blow up. I'm gonna blow it all up.
would consider that a war crime. Do you?
I won't respond to that question. Who you with?
The New York Times.
I figured so. Failing
How dare you call what I'm doing a war crime?
New York Times.
Of course it's the New York Times. We don't need to listen about war crimes. The New York Times. I mean, the New York Times is itself a war crime. But, whoa, my goodness. Well, thank you so much for that donation of 10 subscriptions to the community. Mr. Jose FK. I appreciate that. Say thank you, everybody. Big ups. Noise. Give yourself a round of applause. Sorry, that took way too long for me to find that. Awkward pause and then big clap. Big clappy clap. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's keep going on here as we continue to wade ourselves through the slop of the day. Tucker Carlson is going after Ben Shapiro. Look at this. Obviously, Tucker says this little freak could go volunteer to fight the war himself, but of course he won't. He's got no interest in making any kind of personal sacrifice. None of them do. Israel's finance minister bragged the other day that having American soldiers fight Netanyahu's wars is the best for us. Yes. Do you remember that? We went over that yesterday. Smotrich says we need to keep this war between the United States and Iran at a minimum. Where it is right now is perfect for us. We don't have to get involved. But it's still going. They're still fighting. American soldiers are still dying. And this is right where we need to be. That's according to Smotrich. Of course, because we know that the IDF is facing internal collapse. According to IDF officials themselves, you know, the whole country's just, the more I learn about it, the whole country's in shambles. Going to crack like an egg that got swung from a chicken. Thank you, Mr. Jose, for subscribing yourself. Look at that. He gives, and then he gets for himself. But he gives first, and that's what matters. Or maybe it's Mr. Joseph. I'm not sure. It's either Jose or Joseph. Either way, Joseph, we thank you. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, actually, I made that same observation because, actually, no, that was about Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio and Ben Shapiro, they kind of said the same thing because they were responding to Iranian's foreign minister, Araghchi, talk about an eye for an eye. And then Rubio's like, we go for the head. It's a head for an eye. Anyway, dying for Israel is your job, continues Tucker. You've got to wonder how people like this, liars without honor, without wisdom or loyalty to the United States, wound up in positions of such profound influence throughout our society. How did Mark Levin get the president's cell phone number? Why is Admiral Brad Cooper, the man in charge of the Iran war, secretly taking strategic advice from crazed Israel shill Mark Dubowitz? It's also nuts and ultimately suicidal. Future generations will struggle to understand it. In the meantime, Trump will likely obey Ben Shapiro as he has consistently for months. We can predict the results because every neocon victory is identical. Huge numbers of innocent people killed, disproportionately Christians, economic destruction, famine, mass migration. I love how he's still going after the Christians. He's like, remember who he's talking to, right? He can't say that it's like, who cares? It's like, it's people, right? Who cares if it's Christians or Muslims? These are human beings. Economic destruction, famine, mass migration, and deepening authoritarianism at home. That's what they're demanding because that's what they want. What can we do to stop it? Apparently not much, but we can remember what happened and why, so that history records the truth. Otherwise, when the war ends in disaster, as it inevitably will, Ben Shapiro will be able to blame you for it. And here he is responding to this clip of Ben Shapipi, or is it Shapipu? Either way, Ben Shapipu urges Trump to wage total war on Iran, of course. No one in America wants American... Oh, yeah, we saw this already, actually.
I get why people are confused and upset. It feels like things are stalemated, that they're getting broader and more difficult.
I get why people are upset.
Why?
We're
well, because
losing
what the
this
American
war.
people want is victory. There's this bizarre notion.
We've lost. That's why, that's why he's still trying to manufacture consent for this war.
In foreign policy, that the American people are deeply worried about the immediate cost of war to the enemy. That the American people, that we can't handle the ugliness of war for...
We saw the clip already. He's just trying to get you to get in the box for Israel. So I'm not going to go back over it. Here is the mother of United States dead 19-year-old soldier, Angel Rampersad. Might actually be the worst mother in history. She fought... All right, Joseph K., another 10 gifted. Wow. I'm truly very blessed. Thank you. Incredibly nice. And we've got 10 new members now joining the stream, and the community grows. Oh, all right. That deserves a round of applause. I know. I'm always surprised when people, come out of nowhere. I've never heard of this person before, and they're gifting, so I appreciate that. But it's okay. Don't be shy, Joseph. Say hello to the peoples. Welcome in. So here it is. She's might be the worst mother in history. She fought for Israel and died for Israel. Aziz, thank you for the subscription.
Thank you all for coming out. My daughter was a good soldier.
I don't know if we can call her the worst mother in history. I mean, way to kick someone while they're down. They just lost their daughter. I mean, I don't feel any sort of hatred towards servicemen or women and their families. But
She fought for this country and she died for this country. And I am a mother that is highly proud of her. And I know she was really, really focused on what she was doing. She loved it. No comments. Thank you for coming. Thank you all for coming. And my daughter was a good...
well, you don't know what their situations were, though. I mean, yeah, on the face of it, that doesn't look too good, right? But we don't know what their personal situation was. A lot of times they have to join the army because they're poor. You know, they're in debt or they need, you know, it's sad. They always send the poor. So everybody that's dying, I mean, you can't just say that they're doing this in a vacuum. You know? I'm sure they got banks breathing down their necks. They're debt serfs. She probably comes from an indebted family. Immigrants. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, maybe just don't go to the Middle East carrying a gun and antagonizing people in their homeland, and you don't have to worry about getting blown up so much. Packing a full triple XL diaper can't be easy. What happened here? Donald Trump takes a fall? All right, is it AI or is it real? Did he really fall down like that? The diaper got heavy, you think? If I was there, I'd just be screaming, "Don't get up, Mr. President." Massive explosion in a warehouse in Britain. Britain? Uh-oh. We know who it was. The Russians. Israeli war criminal in Beverly Hills said, "Fuck Palestine." Look at this.
Brother, can I ask you if you support the war in Iran?
We don't answer this.
You don't answer?
No,
we ask the man. We ask the
You
man,
don't answer this question.
not the woman. You support the war in Iran? Or no? You think America should go die in?
You're supposed to make the comfortable uncomfortable. You're supposed to comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable, right? That is what PNN does so beautifully. That's right. I think that's a good point, Michael. That's the point that I was trying to make, was that most people join the military through the poverty draft. There you go. That's right. They have no other option. So they join the military.
Iran? Hello? Free Palestine? Palestine from river to the sea? Free Palestine? Where your father from? Where your father born? Not Palestine? My father from Palestine. He born in Palestine. You know from Palestine. You from Europe. You guys go back Europe, please. Thank you. You want to switch table? Free Palestine, ya haywanat. Brother, can I ask you
I don't see where he said fuck Palestine.
if you support the war in Iran?
Where your grandma stay?
We don't answer this.
You don't answer?
No,
we
we
ask the
don't
man.
There he is, Joseph. Thank you. Choo choo, you caused a hype train. We're hyping it up in here, can you tell? It's Freaky Friday. I'm not wearing any pants.
We ask the man, not the woman. You support the war in Iran? Or no, you think America...
Free Palestine. DC, thank you for the super. A lot of immigrants poor tend to join for the socialist benefits and potential good job prospects later. Correct. Who's that? Thank you. Oh, look at you go, Mr. Joseph K. Cheering my secret admirer all this time. Maybe that's been my anonymous gifter this whole time. Maybe it wasn't Saeed. Maybe it was Mr. Joseph. Let me just read this, and then we'll move on. Yeah, so a lot of immigrants and poor tend to join the army for the socialist benefits, potential good job prospects later the military provides. Exactly. Those recruiters talk a good game, and a lot of kids just see the military as their only option. Absolutely. Or if you go to jail, or if something, if you get caught in the penal system, like sometimes they say, well, you can join the military, and that could be your out. Okay, it's Mr. Joseph K. Got it. Copy that. And another 1,000 bits to you, sir. From you, I should say. Thank you. It's Mr. Joseph K. like from the Kafka books. Oh, is that a character from Notes from the Underground? What did he write again? It was Franz Kafka wrote. He wrote about turning into a bug, right? And you're a supporter on YouTube normally, dearly hoping one day you'll start the streams a little earlier for us poor European folks. Gotcha. I got a little bit later start today than I normally do. I try to start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in the States. What about like an hour earlier? What if I started at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? Would that be better? Because I was doing that for some time as well. But then I switched it back to 5 p.m. I promise, though, what I can tell you is that I'll always do a stream Monday through Friday, barring unforeseen circumstances. And I promise, my pledge is to give you 4 hours of my time, regardless of when I start. But I can try to start earlier if that works. I know we got people from all around the world, which I love that. But I know we all aren't on the same page. But lucky for you, Mr. Joseph, is that you've been gifting all these subs and you subscribed yourself so that no matter what, you'll always be able to have access to the live stream uploads. See, Eyeballs is already telling me, oh no, don't do that. Definitely don't do that. See, you just can't please them all, can you? After 4 hours, you have to call a doctor. That's just safety first, folks. Okay, well then I'll try to do that, okay? I'm not going to say I promise it's going to happen, but I will try to make a point to start a little bit earlier, even if it's half an hour or at best, an hour earlier. Safety first, then teamwork always. That's right. No comrade left behind. Saint Siren Salt would love it too. Okay, we're sold. We're sold here. That's it. It's a done deal. I'm just joking. You'll never see me again. This is my last stream. Mr. Joseph just gave me all these subscriptions. I'm good, okay? I'm going to retire. I'm just kidding. Oh my God. Why are you yelling now? Why are you so upset? I said I was just kidding. You don't have to throw a temper tantrum. Okay. All right. I promise I will definitely maybe wear pants next time. But the thing about it is that you won't know regardless if it's true or not. I could tell you one thing, it could be the opposite, I'm not saying I would lie to you, but I would totally lie to you.
People think Hasidic Jews like myself can't have fun. It's about time that
American institution. Salvo is really, he's trying a little too hard for my taste. Actor Alan Richson. I never heard of him. Mr. Joseph is just going off. He's becoming a big-time greaser status on Twitch. That's just incredible. Mr. Joseph, you are outdoing yourself. Every time you cheer, I have to say your name 3 times like Candyman. That's just the rules. Mr. Joseph rules. See, you're instantly becoming a fan favorite here. Greasing these wheels. The dark money is in, folks. We can continue this slop train all the way to the station. All the way to the noticing station. Away we go. All right, so actor Alan Ritchson on Trump's Epstein connection, quote, that bitch has the keys to the nuclear codes. He's like all up into, yeah, 1, 3, 13, you know. Like, dude, what? Go to jail.
People, I think, are a little bit afraid of me because they're like, he's a loose cannon. And I'm not. I'm just saying the shit that everybody should say if they give a shit about humanity. Everybody else should feel like I feel.
The world is on fire.
The world, yeah, like, oh, mad about the way things are and the abuses that are happening. The Epstein files! The fucking Epstein files! God damn it! Where are they? It's a fucking law, bitch. Show it. You fucking pedophiles. I shouldn't say fuck because I'm a Christian and people are going to go like, how can he say fuck and he's a Christian? Because that is something that should make you want to say fuck. Yeah. You know, sorry, God, I'm sweating now. This is my fucking politics, dude. I would fucking railroad these fuckers. I would get those Epstein files out in 2 seconds. Yeah, dude, 2 seconds, fucking move out of the way. Like, get out of there. I don't care what room they're in, bitch, move. Like, give me the fucking manila envelope. I will get you the Epstein files. Sorry.
You got my vote. Whatever you want to run for, you got it.
I think he's what the Jews call kvetching.
Don't you want to see what's in there so that we can hold people accountable? These fucking rapists? We're just cool with it? That bitch has the keys to the nuclear... He's like all up into 13-year-olds. Like, dude, what? Go to jail. Go to jail. All right, what are we talking about?
Go
people, I think,
directly to jail. I mean, I agree. I totally agree.
These globalists want to squander all of America's...
Oh, God, it's all so tiring, isn't it? It's all so God... Ben Shapiro retorts back from Tucker Carlson's tweet and says, "Goy slop." Owned. Way to go, Ben Shapoopoo. All right, let's move on to Discord. I'm low in the tank with material to share with you, so we're gonna draw from our wonderful Discord community, which I invite you to join. And all you need is a link. Just ask for one. And you can share links. Speaking of links, you can share links on one of the threads called Video Suggestions for Livestream. I check it every day. So if you find things throughout the day that you want to share and have watched on stream later on, I invite you to do such a thing. And here we are with Mitsunagi.
Today, Israel announced what it's been doing in Gaza is going to start happening in the West Bank. The West Bank's absolutely on fire. Today, 4 Palestinians were killed, actually right next to my family's village, and 1 Israeli settler was killed when Israeli settlers and the IDF came and confronted a Palestinian. The whole thing's on video, and I'll show you guys parts of it. And now Israel's already preparing for a major attack across the entire West Bank. Finance Minister of Israel's calling for the evacuation of my family's village, of surrounding Palestinian villages. This is dozens of Palestinian villages are currently being burned now across the village of Tel. Here's the video I wanted to show you guys. You'll see the Israeli settlers came down from the mountaintop like they always do. They're coming down with their rifles. They start threatening Palestinians. Here's another clip of one of what was going on. Obviously, the Israeli settlers and the IDF. And what ended up happening is one of the Israeli settlers, let me just quickly forward to it. One of the Israeli settlers, this guy right up here, starts running up to a Palestinian, pushing him. The Palestinian grabs his rifle, and the Palestinian ends up murdering the settler while a guy's running at him with a rifle. I wouldn't call that.
Oh, no. Anyway, wait, can we watch that in slow-mo? So this video shows from a very close distance the details of what happened when Israeli settlers killed 4 Palestinian youths from the same family in the village of Tel West of Nablus as they tried to defend themselves, their village, and their homes after the settlers attacked them with weapons. The settlers began shooting at them from close range. So one of the Palestinians seized a weapon from one of them and defended himself and his relatives, firing back at them before he too was martyred. And in the end, in the Israeli narrative, it is the Palestinian who bears the responsibility because he defended himself. This says everything.
One of the Israeli settlers, this guy right up here, starts running up to a Palestinian, pushing him. The Palestinian grabs his rifle, and the Palestinian
I want
up to
to see it.
One of the Israeli settlers, this
So
guy
there
right
he
up
is.
here, starts running up to a Palestinian, pushing him. The Palestinian grabs his rifle, and the Palestinian ends up murdering the settler while a guy's running at him with a rifle. I wouldn't call that guy an extremist at all. I think anybody would do that if a guy's running at you with a rifle and starts kicking you and is about to
Real.
start, shooting you. After that
Hey,
happened,
thank you, Phoenix Blue, and welcome in.
and Israel is now calling that man an extremist. The IDF is now stating they're starting a counter-terror operation in the West Bank. Where's the terror? Is the Palestinian really the guy who's an extremist right now? That's the way they're branding it.
This is what always happens. They occupy, they incite, they escalate, and they invite a reaction. They invite a retaliation. Then when the Palestinians retaliate, they now use that as a pretext to go up the escalation ladder and, in some cases, mount full-scale invasions of the Gaza Strip.
That's the way the IDF is branding it, because apparently Palestinians just have to be good victims. They have to be willingly getting ready to just get murdered by an Israeli and just wave their hands up, get murdered, and then at least they die. They die a good person for the Israelis. At least they die a good victim. Because if a Palestinian, God forbid, tries to protect themselves, well, now they're a terrorist. That's always what happens in the West Bank and Gaza, everywhere. If they protect themselves, they're a terrorist. So now the finance minister of Israel already posted on X, and they stated they're going to just go ahead and flatten basically all the villages. Bezalel Smotrich, Itmar Ben-Gvir,
same thing.
The security minister of Israel posted this, and of course Google X doesn't like to translate Hebrew tweets because they know just how violent they are. He goes on.
They took away the translate feature on Hebrew tweets.
And he says the cities and the villages of the murders in Judea and Samaria, which is the best West Bank, will be judged like...
He's always fucking tweeting the most insane thing, like violent, murderous, sadistic thing. And so much that the Twitter algorithm team and censorship team had to take away the feature to translate from Hebrew to English because that's how crazy they are.
Beit Hanun in Gaza. I'm on my way to the prime minister for a small cabinet meeting where I will demand that he order the IDF to wipe out from the air and through the D9 bulldozers the homes of terrorists and their supporters to exact from the terrorists the price they deserve. For every Jew murdered, the enemy must suffer in loss of land and homes. This is the language spoken in the Middle East. Just as we did it in Gaza, it is time to speak it in Judea and Samaria as well. I already started.
So do the same thing that they did to the Gaza Strip. They now need to do that to the West Bank. It's their holy land, but they're intent on destroying it first.
Messaging my family, and basically they just are all barricading themselves inside their homes right now.
That's right. Wally's got... I think Wally is Palestinian. I think he's got family in the West Bank, and that's who he's talking about.
They all have metal doors, by the way. I think I've shown you previously some photos from my family's, from my uncle's house, where they have basically metal barricaded doors, and they have their windows propped up with basically metal piping, so that way the IDF can't try to toss a Molotov cocktail or something through the window. And right now, there's already settler programs starting. It's not even sunset yet, so it's still, I think it's 5-6 p.m. there. So things are, the worst is yet to come, because in the next 6 hours, things are going to basically explode in the West Bank. So I'm telling you guys this preemptively that by starting tonight at midnight, the entire West Bank is basically going to be in flames. That's already expected. They already started, and things are only going to escalate. They're now stating they're preparing for a counter-terror operation. I want to show you guys where exactly this is. So here's a map of the West Bank. Sorry, I'm like talking. I'm kind of shaking as I'm doing this video. I wish I was able to do it a little bit like better for you guys. This is a map of the West Bank, and here's Nablus right over here. And here is
Where you at, Allie?
my family's
Welcome in,
village
Allie.
right here, actually. Let me zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see this. There we go. Here's the village of Tell right there. You see that red thing that says Tell right there?
Thank you, Spoon.
Wow, I should zoom in even a little bit
Appreciate
more.
that.
There we go. That's probably better. So this is the Northwest Bank. So this is deep in the West Bank. And here's the village of Tell right there. And here's my family's village, Burin, right there. So they're right next to each other. And here's Yitzhar right over here. This is.
I don't even know if I'd be broadcasting that. If I was like a YouTuber and I was Palestinian and I had family in the West Bank, I wouldn't be like, yeah, they're right here. Because like these people will stop at nothing.
Known as the most violent settlement in the West Bank. Smotrich already announced the gutting out of all of these villages right here. So Madama, Burin, Iraq, Burin, and Tel. This is where they already plan to basically gut it out. So they announced the evacuation of all of these villages right here, and they announced a new settlement right over here, where you see this like red X right over here. They already announced a new settlement outpost today. They announced that they want to start building a new settlement outpost. This is Area A, by the way. The stark orange.
True, Thugbone, but I wouldn't just go out of my way to remind them. Is all I'm trying to say. But I'm not in that position. Okay, I cannot judge a man if I have not walked in their shoes, unless those shoes are tiny and they belong to Netanyahu, because I don't need to walk in his shoes to understand that he's a demon. Promised land is the entire world, steadfast. Steadfast, if you will. Steadfastly speaking, of course. Why'd you throw steadfast in there? I like it, but I don't know why you put that there. What size do I wear? It's 11.5 inches around. Oh, you mean my shoes? Is that what you mean? 8.5. Are you trying to start a fight with me? You see what you did? You set off the fucking fire alarm in my building. Can you believe that? Because you made me so upset, it raised the temperature of my apartment. I am wild with fire right now. 8.5 inches? That's an insult. I don't think you've ever seen me stepping in my Air Force Ones, have you? You wouldn't know. My feet are humongous. They're huge. I have 6 toes on each foot. Which is a nice consolation given the fact that they took my foreskin. But they didn't get my extra toe. So I got that going for me. What do you mean, those people, Comrade Cranky? Comrade Cranky Beans? Sounds a little anti-Semitic, okay? Watch yourself. Thank you, Mood Basket. Mood Basket brought a basket full of gifted memberships, and we love them for that. Joey Steele, where you at? Are you Joey Steele? Are you sure? You look like a cat with a tiny hat, more so. But you want to give a shout out to DPRK Explained on YouTube. They give positive but largely objective education videos on the DPRK with good quality editing. I have no affiliation. It's just refreshing. Okay. I will believe it. DPRK is based. You just reminded me that I want to read more about Juche. Juche. Is that how you say it? Juche gang, Juche gang. It's like the North Korean interpretation of Marxism. It's how they vibe with it. What's right for their socioeconomic conditions, material conditions. Mr. Joseph continues to flatter me unabashedly with biddies after biddies after biddies and gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Joseph K. Not to be confused with JFK. Different person. Okay, I'm glad you apologized to West End Wolf because I'm now $5 richer. So if you want to apologize to anybody in the chat for things that you've said in the past, you can do so. Just make sure you pay interest on the comment to the streamer, who then has to perform the duty of making a transfer of that comment into language that is vocalized for the rest of the chatters to understand. Okay? All right, I'm sorry. We got off on a tangent.
Which is Area A. Smotrich already announced they want to turn this area A and B, into Area C, so that way they can have full Israeli control. That's already been in.
I appreciate that, Joseph. That's sort of what people tell me I'm useful for. So that's why we're here to go through it all together, because it's an absolute shit show. What a dark time to be living in. And I often wonder, is it worse than my childhood? Like what I remember the world being before COVID? Or am I just more knowledgeable about everything now? And I think maybe it's a bit of both. I think both are true. Because I really don't remember it ever being such a... this bad. You're sorry that you use those people? Not really. Well, that doesn't really seem like a genuine apology now, does it? Shame on you. We've already charged you with anti-Semitism. The High Court has listened to your appeal, but we have struck it down on the grounds that you are guilty. For the scourge of anti-Semitism, we charge you with 3 chicken swingings, 4 prayers to Baal, and we make sure that you read the Talmud, recite the Talmud for 2 hours each night for 7 days, including Shabbat. No skipping. No skipping and no skimping, you shiesty motherfucker. And if I find out you're grabbling any coins or clipping any coins, you don't want to know what happens. But it involves boiling feces. Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
Announced today. My family's village is here. They've already previously announced Huwara, this pink area right here. They already announced they want.
Thank you, Pirate Justin, for doing the noble thing, which is paying the troll tax. You got to pay the troll tax if you want to cross the bridge. The anti-Semitic fee is also calculated with an interest rate of 20%. So just keep that in mind for future reference.
Wanted to do the same thing here just a few months ago. So this is already basically, I feel like the West Bank is going to be gone within like 2 years. Probably even a year at this point. I don't know. You know, every day I just like I just feel like my family's next.
Damn, dude.
So
that's so sad. Like, I thought maybe he, you know, he was performing for a second. Not to say that he's completely genuine. I understand that, but no, I feel like he's really being sincere. Like, he really, you can see that he's really upset. Fuck.
Sorry, let me just like try to be professional with this video. Drop site news posted.
Like, what do you do? Like, how do you get out of there? You know. And I know if you leave, like, they win. But at least you're still alive. It's a healthy reminder how real this is, exactly. Yeah, I never saw him like that either. He's a good dude.
Palestinians brace for Israeli settlers and military. I don't know why I'm crying right now. Palestinians brace for Israeli settlers and military vengeance. Israel's deploying forces across the northern occupied West Bank. Preparing for. Damn, I didn't realize. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize I was gonna start like crying. I'm trying to. I really wanted to like I had all of these slides open and I was gonna try to be really professional with this and like show you guys a lot of stuff, but I'm like really freaked out for my parents and my family. And
so his parents are there.
The escalation comes after an Israeli settler incursion into Tel, where dozens of Israelis entered areas A and B, normally off limits to Israelis, on what the military called a hike. 4 Palestinians were killed and 8 wounded. And there's just so many videos. So I called Elise Kissia, the Palestinian Christian that I work with, and she's in Bethlehem. So she's all the way on the other side of the West Bank. And I just spoke with her on the phone a little bit ago. And it's already happening in Bethlehem too, to Christian Palestinian villages. I mean, it's been going on, but tonight's going to be hell. It's going to be hell tonight. And I was speaking to her, and they're saying they're already preparing. There was already a pogrom. A pogrom is when like several settlers, like not even several, sometimes dozens or hundreds of settlers just raid through a village and pillage. That's already happening. It's happening right now in the Northwest Bank, and it started happening now.
How do you not see yourself as being evil? I don't get that, especially when, historically speaking, you were the victim of the same crime. They're doing pogroms against Arabs, against Palestinians, the same way that the Nazis did pogroms against the Jews.
Bethlehem, in some Christian Palestinian villages as well. Basically, let me just kind of go here. I had some more I wanted to show you guys. Basically, I already this morning, here it is, Netanyahu Defense Minister Israel Katz released a joint statement in response to what they called a terrorist attack over the past 24 hours. They are proposing a series of steps in response. Let me go ahead and, there we go. Demolition of the homes of the terrorists behind this morning's attack of the village of Tel. He's just literally a Palestinian that was defending himself, but now he's called a terrorist. Forceful actions in villages acting as terrorist hubs. Apparently now they're terrorist hubs because if you're a Palestinian and you defend yourself, you're an extremist. Confiscation, revocation of work permits and additional measures, reinforcements of units throughout Judea and Samaria, separation of traffic routes and checkpoints, acceleration of the legalization of outposts and establishment of new ones. So this morning, I reached out to like 10 congressmen this morning, and I had like a few responses from their interns. I called like every single congressman down the list. I called Ro Khanna, I called Thomas Massey's office, I called AOC.
Muter, I think the answer to your question is because they are co-opted by Israel.
Yeah, I went through every congressman's office this morning and was just calling them up. And I got responses from a few of them. I was just basically like begging them to please like make a statement.
I think if the Palestinian Authority had actually done anything substantial, it wouldn't have necessitated the rise of Hamas, because the Palestinian Authority was bought off by Zionists, that there needed to be an actual resistance movement, an actual resistance organization. That's why Hamas was formed.
And hopefully today they could just, push again for the West Violence Prevention Act to at least get a vote. Right now, because it's stuck in committee and Republicans control the House and Republicans control the Senate, they're not even letting it get to a floor vote. And of course, Brian Mast is the guy that's holding the committee that is in charge of the committee for the West Bank Violence Prevention Act. So no way in hell is it going to get a floor vote right now, because Republicans don't want it to get a vote, because for some reason the Republican establishment doesn't support sanctioning and freezing the assets of people that murder Palestinians, even if they're Palestinian Christians, which apparently the Republican establishment keeps saying they care about Christians. Apparently, even then, if you're a Palestinian, it doesn't matter that you're a Christian. You should still be murdered. And Republican establishment, they're totally on board. So they're not getting it to a floor vote. J Street, surprisingly, they call them, you guys know J Street, the liberal Zionist organization. They're the liberal Zionist PAC. They have their own PAC as well. So they endorse politicians and stuff. Surprisingly, they are actually pushing the West Bank Violence Prevention Act. They call themselves a liberal Zionist PAC, but honestly, at this point, if they're pushing the act, then I don't care. Just push the damn act. You freeze the assets, and it's not just freezing the assets of settlers, but of also settlement construction companies and settler organizations. So you basically are choking the settlements dry financially. And that's really the only way to do it, to get them to just pull out, because ultimately the West Bank settlements, it's just a business enterprise. So you really have to choke it off. So I guess the one thing that you could really do to help push this forward is if you go to votelog.org, let me share my screen here. And you just search up your politician. Obviously, Republicans aren't going to listen, but put pressure anyways. And you just scroll down to the bottom and you just go ahead and call their DC office. Just leave a voicemail if they don't answer. It's like maybe 25% of the time an intern answers. And you could just tell them, hey, can you make sure you sponsor the West Bank Violence Prevention Act? If they already do sponsor it, then tell them to please make a statement, because of the recent escalations today in the Northwest Bank. Israel's already stating they want to turn it into Gaza. So if you go to my insights page here, and then you click persuadability, so go to insights and persuadability. These are the most persuadable members of Congress that are still pro-Israel, but they're persuadable. So if you go through that, you can see they have a mixed record. Some of them already co-sponsored the West Bank Violence Prevention Act. Some of them didn't. So this one, she already did. This is Veronica Escobar. She already co-sponsored it. And you just go through down the list and see if there's any...
This is where we're at. We're all bought off. We're all co-opted. We've got persuadability rankings for our congressmen and women, because they're not doing what we want them to do. But here's their persuadability ranking.
He already co-sponsored it as well, Christopher DeLuzio. So there's already a decent amount who have 160 Democrats out of 218 or something. They've already co-sponsored it. Mark Kelly's co-sponsored it. So just go through the list and make sure your politician has co-sponsored it as well. And really just, push them to make a statement today. If you just call their DC office and be like, hey, given that you co-sponsored the West Bank Violence Prevention Act, can you please make a statement on X today, just calling for it to get a floor vote today, pushing the Republican committee to just go ahead and bring it down for a floor vote. That's the only thing I feel like we can really do right now at the political level in the US. So if you could just tag your politicians on X.
दिल्ली पुलिस ने स्टूडेंट्स पर तो डंडे बरसा दिए, लेकिन असली खेल तो अब शुरू होगा। अब तक तो सिर्फ हजारों स्टूडेंट्स सड़कों पर उतरकर धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का इस्तीफा मांग रहे थे, लेकिन अब पंजाब के हजारों किसान भी
What the fuck are you doing, chatter? Sending me this. You think I speak Indian?
Bye.
This is a school for ants?
जंतर मंतर में हैकर्स की एंट्री हो गई है भाई, देख लो।
Стекала с гуся вода с двумя головами. Таков нынче образ, матушка Русь. Прости нас, брат Юра, мы все проебали. Весь космический мусор.
Munatsa, you're fired. These were abysmal links. Shame on yourself. You should do better in the future. Although I'm not sure if you can be rehabilitated, honestly. You lost the plot. And may God have mercy on your soul. We've already seen this. Mo PDX. That was yesterday. You weren't here. Where were you? Skipping class, playing hooky. Why? Because you got a new boyfriend? What's his name? You better get your ass back in that seat. You're not going anywhere. Look at these terrible links all about India in India. Like, what is this? India students protest exam leaks as pressure grows on government. I don't care. Sorry. I do care about Daddy's little wet. How you doing? How's it hanging, Daddy? My grandfather was in the PLO and my mother was born in the 6-Day War. Though born here, when my brother died of an overdose, I felt he was a martyr to intergenerational trauma. Wow. That's deep. Sorry for your loss. Thank you for your comment. So you have you're Palestinian. We have a fellow Palestinian in the chat. Your grandfather was in the PLO. That's pretty based. Free Palestine every goddamn day. And fuck Israel every goddamn day. Can we get a fuck Israel in the chat? God damn it. Comrade Cranky lives in Texas. Most of all, Texas politicians take bags of shekels from those people. Again with those people? What are you talking about? That's dangerously, virulently antiseptic. Fuck Israel. Israel a bitch. Bitch, we're out here mobbing on some Palestine shit. I should put that into a song. Put a beat behind it. Make a good song. I'm a mushroom. Okay, JFK, whatever floats your boat, okay? I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, why would I say I am? Riddle me this. Israeli settlers escalate attacks on Palestinians near Nablus. This is exactly what Wally Rashid was just talking about. His actual footage.
هاي دار محفوظ مولعه باب الدار طبعا البرندة مولعينها في شباب الدار شو هو الدار انحرك يا شيخ كلهم صوتين بس ولعوا حديد شوفوا صف الدور مالته صف الدور ارجع الدور.
Hey Lolo, thank you for gifting another subscription to some third eye blind T-Bird the Third. You've given 9 gifted subs. That's 9 times? 9 times. 9. Drop on in and see what the Jews are doing in the Middle East, shall we? Oh, right. That's right. Murder and terrorism and arson. Wow. What a surprise. Alex, thank you for becoming a fellow noticer. As we are indeed live cooking at the noticery. Don't forget to smash that notice button, or else I will come for those cheeks to clap them. spectacularly. And I don't think you want that. I'll have a great time. Okay, Mr. Joseph, you are indeed very based for that comment. Hold on, everyone. Too based. Too based. Well done, Joseph. That's the spirit, says T-Bird. Yes. Let's go ahead. We just popped in on the Jews in the Middle East. Let's see, what are the Jews doing in Cyprus now? Oh my goodness. Wow. More violence. Shocking. Iran has hit an US F-35 Lightning II fighter jet. This looks like AI. This looks like a video game. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I call bullshit. I don't think that there's actual footage. If this was the footage, there'd be headline news. It is a video game. See, who is this person? Velon Bilby. You know, you gift a lot of subscriptions to the stream. You say a lot of kind things. You seem to be a nice person. But here you are, trying to share a bunch of AI/video game sloppage. And that's wrong. Okay? I can't be too mad because you do support the stream on a regular basis. So, we really got to find some good punishment for him. But that's not too much so that he'll continue to support the stream, even though we do think he was kind of shitty for sharing that. And as you can see, I'm joined by my esteemed colleague, Chairman Meow. Isn't he's so cute, isn't he? He's just cute. Look at that face. He looks just like his dad. I should know. I gave birth to him. He's my son. All right, Velon Bilby. We'll forgive you this time. Just this time. Moving on. Another Velon Bilby. You have a chance to redeem yourself here.
He was high as fuck on Adderall last night during this speech, which is the only way he has left to conceal how sick he actually is. And it's not going to work for much longer.
How do you know that? You know, bald man? Bald man wearing sunglasses. How do you know that for sure?
Physical therapist with a doctorate in my field and 15 years experience working in home health care, treating geriatric patients with dementia.
Sounds nice.
Congestive heart failure, chronic kidney disease, all the shit that he has. And you see nothing but slits for eyes and the sweating going on, it's because he's on Adderall. Turn back the clock to May of 2016 when he celebrated Cinco de Mayo by eating a taco bowl, which is hysterical considering he's a racist piece of shit. This drawer is full of Sudafed, or known by its chemical name.
So, I mean, if you have slits for eyes and you're sweating, that means you're on Adderall? 1,000%? So if we see an Asian running down the street, are they on Adderall because they happen to be sweating?
Ephedrine. It is a stimulant and a precursor to crystal methamphetamine. Which
wow, you're already on to the next one. You don't even want to see the rest of this. That's how much you don't like this video?
Which is why it has federal regulations on how much of it you can buy at one time. Of course, he can get as much as he fucking wants. The president has been addicted to and abused stimulants for decades before he ever became the president. But even when Ronnie Jackson was the White House physician, he made an excuse for Trump's slurred speech in 2018 saying, "Oh, I gave him Sudafed and it dried out his mouth." When actually, those are symptoms of frontotemporal dementia. So how effective was the Adderall?
Frontotemporal.
Let's find out. As is the norm for a frontotemporal.
I didn't even understand a goddamn word he said on that clip. The audio was so bad.
Temporal dementia patient, he just admitted out loud that the front row Joes who are at every single rally he does in the front row are paid to be there. He was not supposed to say that, but because his frontal lobe is disintegrating, he can't stop himself from sharing shit that he should not say.
I fought ourselves before, as you know, and we won. We had a great success against this guy.
Interesting
He
point.
reminds me of Pinky Herman. Did you ever see Pinky Herman?
He meant to say Pee Wee Herman, just like he was supposed to say the Islamic Republic of Iran and
But he
not
said
Japan. Just like he was supposed to say President Zelensky and not President Putin. This is all because he has fucking dementia. So he's running out of rope here because his typical ace in the hole is taking Adderall and it's about to stop working, which means the whole world is really going to see how his brain is disintegrating inside of his skull. Once again, it could happen any day now. Aspirating on food or water, falling and suffering a catastrophic injury, or just plain out admitting to shit that's in the Epstein files that we all already know is true, but he will confirm it for the entire world, including his most devoted followers. Happy Thursday. At this point, he's on 91 days of borrowed time. Who did he borrow the time from? Multiple trash bags full of soiled wipes that Natalie Harp has used on him. From when he should have told everyone on camera that he's been a Russian asset since the 80s.
Okay, whatever, snarky bald man. Okay, we saw that already.
Only a fool would conquer the world for spice. I'd never do something so dumb. Oil, oil, oil! Oil, oil, oil!
Yep.
Only a fool.
Same thing applied to Netanyahu too.
There are tens of thousands of people out there that purchase dildos from this guy and books about kosher sex. Yeah, and you know, he teaches sex and sexualization of children with his daughter at his side doing this shit. He is the one.
Yeah, where is this going?
That constructed the narrative around Michael Jackson. He made up all them lies and projected onto Michael Jackson everything he actually in fact does and promotes. And there are a lot of people that have made his business outside of being a legal turd, okay, successful. Now,
I like how he's like, "Are you with me still?" I said legal turd. Okay. Right? Are you still with me? Okay.
this bitch sells children. And when she was 17, she was involved in Romanian Angels, selling orphans. All of the horrible, fucked up, evil things that these people are involved with are not just in the Epstein files. They are the things that are boldly hidden in plain sight. For instance...
Yeah, DC, that's not his daughter. She was referenced, but she's not in the picture, okay? Thank you for your question. I'll gladly take your $5 to tell you that that's Erica Kirk.
All of the terminology you use when trading baseball players.
If you want to know what Rabbi Shmuley's daughter looks like, it's like Rabbi Shmuley just without a beard.
Everything that is horrible and evil and geared.
All right, guys. He talks a little too slow. He's pausing between phrases in a sentence, and it's taking a really long time, and I'm not about that life. All right, Dropsite News is reporting they think they're above the law and nobody's going to stop them. Israeli settler attacks against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank have surged past 1,200 so far this year. An average of 6 a day. Arson has become one of the most common tactics. They're really not living down these stereotypes, are they? Arson. In fact, some of these Jews in Israel are named Arson. That's their first name. And some of them are named Usury. You like arson? Arson, yeah, just call him killer. This is my son Murder. There's my son Arson. And my youngest daughter Usury. Usury! Come here, Mr. Shlomo wants to see you. Come sit on his lap. Tell him what you want for Shabbat. Yeah, this, my little baby boy, Jewish lightning. All right. Israeli settler attacks against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank have surged past 1,200 this year. They average 6 a day. Arson's become one of the most common tactics, with mosques, homes, and cars set on fire nearly daily. Dropsite's Mesa Mustafa spoke with Mezun Ali in the village of Deir Dibwan, who has survived repeated settler attacks, including one where settlers tried to burn her home down while she and her husband were inside. I do remember that's from a few weeks ago. Remember that crazy story? Ali says she has no one to turn to, not the Palestinian Authority, which you just had a question about, which we know is Zionist-owned, which has no jurisdiction in Area C, and not the Israeli military, which she says protects the settlers instead. Her only recourse is the country on her second passport, the United States, the same one whose weapons are being used against her. This week alone, at least 6 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank amid settler violence. 4 of them, it trails off. Let's take a look at this clip.
They are settlers, 100% Israeli settlers. I like to call them Israeli thugs. They were trying to burn me alive and burn the house, and while my husband and I inside it.
Across the occupied West Bank, Israeli settlers are burning Palestinians out of their homes, with more than 1,200 attacks documented just this year. That's an average of 6 a day. More than 20 Palestinians have been killed so far. In the village of Deir Dibwan, Palestinian-American citizen Maysoon Ali has added layer after layer of security to her home, but it hasn't stopped them.
Attacks happened multiple times. This time, they came prepared. They cut this and they went up sneakily. This is bulletproof, so they couldn't break it.
Did she just call these Jews sneaky? Wow.
If they broke it, the house will be gone. He was pouring the fluid all everywhere. You're right there, and I was here. So I shut the door, went inside, and tried to put the shutter.
They gotta barricade themselves in their own homes because the Jews are gonna come and set their house on fire while they're sleeping.
Down.
How often are we seeing settler attacks here in Deir Dibwan?
Daily.
Deir Dibwan sits in Area C, which means it's under full Israeli military control. It also means that no Palestinian police, fire department, or authority can access it at all. And if the Israeli military does arrive, it's the settler arsonists that they protect, not the Palestinians being attacked.
These Israeli thugs, they're illegal settlements by the international law. They're illegal settlements by the Israeli law. The harassment is intensively accelerating. Every time they do something worse, and nobody's stopping them. I cannot defend myself. If anything happens to this thug, I'll be in prison while he's coming to kill me in my house.
Since October 2023, Israel's military has been...
That's why they can't do anything. They can't even arm themselves and fight back because the state has the monopoly, the occupation state has the monopoly of violence.
Arming settlers directly, recruiting them into reserve units, and issuing them weapons, drones, and vehicles.
Did you see that little clip? It looked like that dude was wearing a mask. That's so weird. Why is he wearing a mask? You see that?
Units and issuing them weapons, drones, and vehicles to patrol their own communities. Many of these weapons are supplied and funded by the U.S.
They have it in their head that they are above law and nobody's going to stop them. They plan things. One of them, he did a video on the fence behind my house, pointing to my house and saying that, look at them, they're scared, they have fences. This is a sign from Torah that they will be gone and this land will be for us. After the incident happened, somebody had a pistol in his hand.
Look at these homes, they have a fence. This only means Hashem wants me to take it.
And he was waving to us because, you know, we were able to put the fire out. And
it is a sign from Hashem that I must hop the fence.
Was like not happy that that's happened. The way he was acting and the way he was waving his pistol, it was like he's saying, we'll be back, we'll be back. He was right there. He was doing like this to me. Take my picture, I don't care.
So, yeah, we saw stories about that maybe a week or a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago, hearing about this lady in her home and how she was facing this settler attack in the middle of the night while she was sleeping. They're trying to set the fire on her home. And now there she is. Good to see that she's still fighting.
Mike Huckabee goes after Mamdani.
Chuck Schumer is a senator from New York. He's the most prominent Jewish elected official in America. He wrote a book last year, Mr. Ambassador, called Anti-Semitism in America. He has not condemned Mandami's comments. What does that tell you?
He's a coward. He is a coward for not calling this out. And if he doesn't, then I hope that nobody ever calls him a Jewish leader again. I'm not even Jewish, and I think I'm probably a much more effective Jewish leader than somebody who will not say what Mandami is, and that is an anti-Semite. You just can't go any other way with this.
Mike Huckabee goes after Mamdani.
Chuck Schumer is a senator from New York. He's the most prominent Jewish elected official in America. He wrote a book last year, Mr. Ambassador, called Anti-Semitism in America. He has not condemned Mandami's comments. What does that tell you?
He's a coward. He is a coward for not calling this out. And if he does...
So Mike Huckabee is calling a Jew a coward. That's pretty anti-Semitic, Mike Huckabee. Shame on you. And then he says, I'd be a better Jewish leader than that Jew. Wow. Somebody needs to arrest Mike Huckabee for anti-Semitism.
Doesn't, then I hope that nobody ever calls him a Jewish leader again. I'm not even Jewish, and I think I'm probably a much more effective Jewish leader than somebody who will not say what Mandami is, and that is an anti-Semite.
Wow. Excuse me, Mike, but to them you're just a goy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're still a friar. You're still a sucker. You're cattle, Mike. What are you doing? You're not a Jew. You're not one of the people. And he's saying he'd be a better Jewish leader than a Jew himself. Sounds really anti-Semitic to me.
You just can't go any other way with this.
You can't go any other way. Mike Huckabee, also speaking of Rabbi Shmuley's dildo store, Mike Huckabee is like the #1 customer. He especially loves Rabbi Shmuley's selection of vibrating butt plugs that are made of glass, and they have a little furry, like little frill at the end that you can like kind of play with while it's deep inside of Mike Huckabee's butthole. I'm sorry if that's graphic. I'm being scientific here. Because that is physically what's happening. It's just I'm just accurately reporting what's going on inside of Mike Huckabee's butthole. I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? Yeah, I do know a lot about them because I'm force-fed videos of Rabbi Shmuley's sex shop on a daily basis against my will. So I know a lot about things that I was forced to learn.
Americans, for example, do not want to understand you're not going to defeat Iran and its missiles and drones. Why? Because Iran has an endless supply. I mean that literally.
I think the answer to that question, cows for cheese, is that I used to be a dancer. And Sparkles was my stage name.
Endless supply, right? The Caspian Sea is a sea shared by Iran and Russia. So boats can carry anything in Russia to Iran without crossing any other border, answerable to no one, since the Russians dominate the Caspian Sea militarily. And Russia has an immense border with China, and China has a bigger manufacturing base now than all of Europe combined. And they can give them to the Russians, who can bring them to the Iranians. So what are you doing? You're not going to prevent them. And they're going to bomb your bases all over the Middle East until you leave. That's their policy. That's what they say. And the ability of the United States to stop it is zero. Americans, for example, do not want to understand you're not going to defeat Iran and its missiles and drones. Why? Because Iran has an endless supply. I mean that literally.
What do you have to say to critics who say you aren't doing enough to keep Jewish New Yorkers safe?
First and foremost, I want to make clear that this is a city where we have no tolerance for hatred of any kind, be it hatred of someone on the basis of their faith, on their background, national identity. This is a city that not only has no tolerance for it, but would also hold anyone who is found to be perpetrating it fully accountable. And I'll also just take a moment to address yesterday's horrific stabbings on the Upper West Side of an Asian male and a Jewish male. I am so relieved to hear that both of these victims are in stable condition, and I wish them a full and speedy recovery, and my heart breaks for them and their families for what they have had to experience. I also want to thank the NYPD officer.
Who cares? He's just a politician giving a politician answer.
The Jewish terrorist organization.
The Jewish terrorist organization, yes, the Jews, terrorists.
Gunzvai Leumi openly admitted responsibility for the bombing. Many arrests have been made. The King David Hotel itself. It was in the wing on the right of the picture that the terrorists placed their explosive.
Yeah, see?
And the result of the crime, the tragic scene, is like a serious incident during the Blitz.
It's like a serious incident during the Blitz.
The hotel housed the British Army headquarters and the Palestine government offices, and casualties were very heavy.
Very heavy. Very heavy indeed.
We have a truly disturbing anti-Semitic report to share with you.
Oh, no.
From Italy.
Let me get my popcorn.
Well, Stephen Briggs of Israel Matters joins us now. My friend, I didn't want to give too much background because I want to hear it right from you. What exactly is going on here?
Well, anti-Semitism is no longer hiding in the shadows across...
IsraelMatters.com. Yes, Stephen Briggs for IsraelMatters.com. Very important website. Understand Israel's story in today's world. In order for you to co-sign a genocide, you really need to know the history of Israel. And if you care to do so, you can join Stephen Briggs and Trusted Voices for thought-provoking conversations. documentary storytelling, and ways to respond with hope. Israel Matters brings timely, biblically based journalism together with the cinematic storytelling of Hatikva films. That sounds awesome. You can donate too. Oh, the Jews love their shekels, don't they? All right, so that's this guy.
Across Europe, it's moving into public spaces, tourist areas, social media, government debates, and in some cases, direct physical violence. And Italy is...
Oh my God, not direct physical violence.
Case in point, Jewish leaders are sounding the alarm after online forums reportedly urged people to identify and report the presence...
Now he's just reading his script. Very nice.
...of Israeli citizens and Italian Jews staying in hotels and other...
He can really articulate these words. He's really gifted at speaking words and making himself very articulate and communicatively effective. In the service of what? Complete shite? Bollocks?
Tourist accommodations. There's actually a Google forms that you could submit the information of where they were. And according to the Jerusalem Post, the president of Milan's
according
Jewish
to the Jerusalem Post, then it must be true.
He said he feared Italy was going back to the 1930s to what he described as...
God willing...
hunting Jews. The forms were later removed after intervention by Italy's national coordinator for the fight against anti-Semitism. But that phrase, hunting Jews...
Hunting Jews? Like their meat? Like they're lightly battered, lightly roasted filet mignon?
Us in our tracks. The Bible in Jeremiah 16:16 says, "Behold, I'm going to send for many fishermen, declares the Lord, and they will fish for them. And afterward I will send for many hunters."
And now he's quoting the Bible.
They will hunt them from every mountain and every hill and from the clefts of the rocks. That's Jeremiah 16:16. This is what is the real anti-Semitism that we're... Obviously, the anti-Semitism thing is no longer hiding in the shadows. It's clear as open, obvious, across all spectrums of society. And what's his evidence? Let me go quote my Bible verse, Jeremiah 16:60. Here you can see the rampant anti-Semitism that pervades our societies today. Let me get my Bible verse and read the Bible verse so you can understand how bad anti-Semitism is today. Merely criticism of a government policy. It was an effort to map where Jews and Israelis were staying, where they were traveling, and where they could be found. And Jewish leaders...
And did this happen in this millennia, Stephen? Whatever you're talking about, whatever you're on about, Stephen, was it within the scope of 1,000 years in the past, anywhere? Is there any sight of it? No. What are you talking about? You're trying to relate this to present day?
Italy warned that identifying people and providing their locations is precisely the kind of atmosphere that turns hatred into violence. And that is the line Christians must be...
He's just reading his script, dude. It's so shameless.
...clear about. Criticism of policy is one thing, but mapping Jews, intimidating Jews, singling out Jewish...
That's right. You don't map the Jews map you with the Goy beam and the smart lights and the smartphones and the constant surveillance and the Palantir. They're supposed to map you and intimidate you, not the other way around.
And treating Jewish presence as a threat is something entirely different.
I think we almost need to just stop for a second.
Yeah, you really should. Thank you. Unironically, yes, you should just stop, actually.
And think about this. In 2026... let's rewind maybe 15, 20 years ago. And
yeah, 3 years into the Jewish genocide of the Palestinians, like, wow, I can't believe it. Like, what, 2026?
Have a conversation with ourselves. Like, hey, guess what? In 2026, there's going to be these flyers going around, these Google forms, where you're encouraged to rat out where Israeli Jews and Italian Jews are. Like, that is so absurd that.
And the Palestinians are like, first time, huh? Take all the time you need, bald man. This is a daily occurrence for the Palestinians, perpetrated by the one and only Jewish state. Remember with the flag where it has the Star of David and all that? Yeah, those are the people that are doing exactly what he's projecting as his victimhood, or as the Jews' victimhood. Precisely what the Jews, the Israeli Jews, are doing to the Palestinians.
But I think that maybe the more tragic side of it is it isn't that shocking anymore. And so it's that guy's point. This does feel a lot like the 1930s, where the hatred of the Jews has once again become.
It does feel like the 1930s for the Palestinians, the ones that are victims of the genocide.
So palatable, politically correct, and normalize that we're here again. Gosh. This
and
is
it's not. Yeah.
Please go ahead. This is beyond disturbing.
Well, it's not the only thing.
I'm still lost. Like, what's the evidence that they have for this anti-Semitism? Are Jews being rounded up and sent into camps like they were in the 30s? Like, where is that happening? Well, I'm lost. He quoted a verse in the Bible, and I don't see any institutional leverage being levied against the Jewish people on a societal level to isolate them from access to public resources and institutions. Right? That's not happening. It was happening in Nazi Germany, but it's not happening to the Jews ever since then. So, is it because some people have some harsh words about the genocide? Is that really what this is about? They don't like Israel's genocide. Israel has tied itself to the Jewish identity, so therefore everything, because of this weird, I don't know if it's a deductive reasoning. It's certainly not reasoning at all, but apparently that means that if you criticize Israel, you're criticizing the Jews.
That's happening. So you've got this isn't just Italy. Mongolia, another example. Israel Ministry for Diaspora Affairs reported that 6 Israeli tourists, now again, understand they're tourists.
Yeah, Israeli tourists. Exactly. As in citizens of the apartheid state, who are all conscripted soldiers in the IDF. It's like a military civilian base. They're the same. Military and civilian life are like intertwined, integrated. They're like the same homogenous thing.
3 men and 3 women were attacked while preparing to spend the night at a campsite in northern Mongolia. And according to the report, the attackers appeared to target them after hearing them speak Hebrew. The attackers reportedly shouted "Heil Hitler" and "Get out of here" during the assault. And the group was attacked with axes, knives, and physical violence. One Israeli.
So some Mongolians did to a few Israeli tourists in Mongolia what the Israelis do to the Palestinians in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip and all of Palestine on a daily basis. Okay, so they were heckled with. Oh no. Call the cops, I guess. This was in Mongolia. It's so rampant. It's so pervasive. They had to go all the way to Mongolia to find you some evidence of the scourge of anti-Semitism. And it's not on any institutional level. It's a couple of, Mongolians who picked a fight with some Israeli tourists. Yeah, we seem to be seeing that a lot around the world lately. As we see the Israelis cavort and gallivant around the world, going to these hotspot summer vacation locales, and they realize, oh, nobody likes Israel. Nobody likes Israelis. They're getting kicked out of establishments because they're so arrogant about their nationalism. That's not anti-Semitism.
Suffered a fractured jaw and had to be...
Tell you what is anti-Semitism. A genocide against Semites. A genocide against the Palestinians who were actual Semites. That's the real anti-Semitism for you right there.
flown back to Israel for
Anybody who tells you anything different is lying.
surgery and medical treatment, and the group escaped with the help from a local driver, righteous among the nation, so to speak, and the Israeli embassy in China, which is responsible for Mongolia, assisted them until they safely left the country.
So everything about anti-Semitism that this guy's listing as evidence all has to do with Israel. It goes back to quoting some Israeli agency, Israeli embassy. It's according to the IDF, essentially, is what he's saying. So he's just a mouthpiece for the IDF. That's all it is. It's just Hasbara. This guy's getting his 7,000 shekels. He's part of that tapestry.
This story is horrifying because it shows
And he's reading from the script. Who even knows if he wrote the script himself? He probably, his superiors told him what to say.
Anti-Semitism becoming physical, immediate, and global. These were not politicians. They were not soldiers on a battlefield. They were not they were tourists at a campsite. And according to the report, what marked them out was simply hearing Hebrew.
Yeah, that would be pretty triggering, I have to say. If I was just trying to have a nice camping outing in Mongolia, and I started hearing Hebrew, I'd be like, what the fuck? We're in Mongolia. Why are these people speaking Hebrew? This is triggering. So Jews got attacked at a campsite in Mongolia, and thus this is headline news.
I've unfortunately thought to myself, obviously I've been to Israel dozens of times, and Hebrew is a very familiar and lovely language to me at this point.
Lovely, huh? He's lying. He had to smile as he said that because he didn't believe it. It's a very lovely language.
But sometimes I'll be walking around anywhere, literally anywhere, and hear someone speaking Hebrew and think to myself, gosh, that takes courage. How did we get here?
Yeah.
How did we get here?
Well,
crazy.
It is crazy in the sense that
I think more than courage, it takes a lot of phlegm. I think that's what he meant.
I mean, think for any moment, if it was flipped on its head and it was somebody speaking Spanish or somebody speaking German or something, it's just
like these people are it's just a wind tunnel we're listening to. Like, gosh, the Jews are just so brave, such victims. Wow. Just love that they are so courageous.
It's absurd. Or somebody speaking English, the Queen's English, rather than American English. Thankfully, those who speak English are not.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think of that. It's a Christian broadcasting network.
Being persecuted in America, people tend to like the accent. But the thought process, it just seems so harrowing that we are back again where you are being encouraged.
So in a time of a live stream genocide, this guy's using the word harrowing, not describe a genocide in full view. It's the rise and the scourge of anti-Semitism. That's really what's harrowing.
Not to speak your native tongue because it could open you up to being attacked. The same thing is happening in Greece and Switzerland. There are other warning signs that are surfacing that are being more and more prominent. And in Switzerland, a social media post circulated by Combat Anti-Semitism movement reported graffiti in Zurich and Bern.
Again, that's all they have. It's always graffiti. This person said mean thing about the Jays. There was the graffitied swastika, and then you find out the swastika was painted there by a Jew on a bike.
Message: Jews are not welcome, and that phrase, of course, carries the echo of some of the darkest chapters.
I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet it was a Jew that wrote that.
Of European history. For Americans, Switzerland often represents stability, neutrality, order, and safety. But anti-Semitic graffiti in places like Zurich and Bern reminds us that no country is immune when hate is normalized, and Europe should know better.
All right, Stephen, this is depressing, disturbing. What do we do here? Like, what how do
again, not the genocide. No, depressing, disturbing.
Anti-Semitism.
Christians respond.
Well,
the fact that Jews are victims.
This
right
is
now.
where Christians must not.
It's a very trying time for the Jews.
Shrug. We have to be not indifferent. Hatred is loud, but indifference is quiet. And indifference creates a space where hatred grows. When anti-Semitic slogans appear on walls and officials, institutions.
Guys, stop. This is hot off the press. Stop what you're doing. There was an anti-Semitic graffiti slogan on some wall in Switzerland. Got to stay vigilant and protect the Jays.
Or communities simply shrug. The message to Jewish people is unmistakable. You are on your own. There was another story in Belgium where the federal government has advanced a ban on imports from Israeli settlements in Judea and Samaria. And that story is different from these other ones of attacking Jews. It's a political and economic action, not a physical attack. But
a political and economic action? Graffiti? No, a political and economic action would be denying a person a bank loan or access to higher education because they celebrate a certain religion. Or they get fired from their job because they're a Muslim or a Christian or a Jew, whatever. That would be actual institutional leverage against a social or ethnic group that you could say would be a material problem. But nothing of what this guy has outlined as evidence supports his claim of anti-Semitism.
Does belong in the broader roundup because Jewish advocacy groups warn it reflects a growing effort in Europe to isolate Israel and single out the Jewish state.
He's so reading. He's just like left to right. So obvious.
That nation, Belgium, has joined Spain, the Netherlands, and Ireland. What the legislative text says is not yet public.
And he's still trying to seem personable and spontaneous and off the cuff as he's like, he thinks gesticulating is going to have it come off a little bit more natural. It doesn't.
Published, so the exact scope of enforcement remain unclear, but the broader trend is unmistakable. Israel is facing increasing political and economic pressure across Europe. At the same time, Jewish communities are seeing intimidation.
Switzerland? Is that what he said? Oh, Israel is
and economic pressure across Europe.
Well, God
At the
willing,
same time,
hopefully.
Jewish communities are seeing intimidation, exclusion, and hostility in public life. That is why this cannot be viewed as 5 disconnected stories. Italy, Jews and Israelis being mapped. Mongolia, Hebrew.
Israelis being mapped.
Speaking tourists attacked.
This is all his evidence, okay? Let's go over the 5 disconnected stories that were really all connected. We've got Italy
and Israelis being mapped. Mongolia, Hebrew-speaking tourists attacked. Switzerland, graffiti reportedly declaring Jews unwelcome.
In Switzerland, we have graffiti being reported. Mongolia, we have a campsite attacked. Of course, they always tell you what happens to them, but nothing of what they're doing, right? Who knows what they were doing on the campsite? Who knows? Maybe they were doing what they do in Argentina and Chile, setting fire in Brazil, setting fire to the forests so that they can claim the land. It's just so laughable to me. Like, how do you take this guy seriously? How do you take this nonsense seriously? He's going around the world. We've got 5 disconnected events showing you how bad anti-Semitism is around the world. In Mongolia, we have a campsite attacked. Switzerland, we found some graffiti. Italy, they're mapping the Jews, whatever that means.
Welcome. Greece, there have been anti-Semitic messages appearing in public spaces.
No, not more. Greece, there's more graffiti in public spaces. Oh, no.
Sites of deep Jewish history. And Belgium, Israel has faced another move towards economic isolation. So we need to be precise. Not every criticism.
And the last one is Belgium making a political decision against Israel. That's anti-Semitic for a nation state to, have a mitigating economic policy towards Israel. That's anti-Semitic.
Of Israel is anti-Semitism. But when criticism turns into tracking Jews, excluding Jews, attacking Hebrew speakers, defacing public spaces, or tracing Jewish identity itself as dangerous, then the line has been then the line has been crossed. For CBN viewers, this is a moment for moral clarity. As Christians, Raj, we cannot say we love the Bible while remaining silent when the Jewish people are threatened. We cannot pray for the peace of Jerusalem and ignore Jews being hunted.
Well, I can sure as hell try, Stephen. Don't threaten me with a good time. I'll try my heart
harassed or
out.
told they're not welcome in European cities. We cannot honor the Hebrew scriptures and then look away when Hebrew-speaking travelers are assaulted. The rise of anti-Semitism is a warning sign for the health of a civilization. And when societies begin tolerating hatred of Jews, they are not becoming more just. They're becoming more dangerous. So the call is simple. Pray for Jewish communities around the world. Pray for Israel. Pray for courage among leaders in Europe and beyond. Pray for law enforcement to take these threats seriously. And pray that Christians will be among the first to stand publicly, clearly, and without apology against anti-Semitism. Because history teaches us that anti-Semitism never stops with words, and Scripture teaches us that the people of God must not be silent in the face of hatred.
Amen. Amen. Perfectly put, as always, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Amen. God is good.
The world owes Matt Letizia an apology. The press have spent years gaslighting the public into thinking he's some sort of conspiracy theorist lunatic, but as it turns out, he was bang on the money when it comes to the horrific things that allegedly take
Yeah, don't pray for Israel. Pray on Israel.
place at the Bilderberg meeting. If you have no idea what that is, prepare to...
And what new word would that be, Spoon? Don't just say that you're learning new words and without telling us what you've learned. We want to know.
Have your mind blown. While everyone is rightly
What
furious
word
about the Epstein files, it's this
is
elite
that?
gathering that's gone under the radar. Every year, between 120 and 150 people, which contains prime ministers, CEOs, presidents, and bankers, meet up behind closed doors in a luxury
This guy's voice sounds like he just stubbed his toe and he's trying to get through it. God, it hurts.
hotel for 3 days. The supposed discussions and rituals that happen there are so taboo that they lock the place down.
It's time for Lefties Losing It, and let's go to the blue state of Maine, where the Democrats finally got rid of the Nazi tattoo enthusiast Graham Plattner after more sexual abuse allegations were levelled against him. But you know, you can always trust the Democrats in Maine to find more weirdo candidates, including this dude who claims he has monthly...
This bitch is Australian, trying to talk about American politics. Get my name out your mouth, bitch. Did we find out what words he was talking about? No, not Zugzwang. That was from a few days ago.
periods through his rectum, yes. And he has some great ideas about how to save money. He calls it pork bellying.
I believe they called it pork bellying. By cutting out the pork bellying from all the bills, I'm sure that would save a lot of money as well, but...
I think he means pork barreling, which kind of means the opposite of what he's saying there. But don't worry, this guy has...
This seems like rage bait slop. I'm not going to watch it. But I will watch this. James Lee is always based.
Okay, in 2015, Jeffrey Epstein partnered with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to invest in a security tech startup called Reporty Homeland Security, now known as Carbon. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein and Israel is a part of this story, as they usually are. Okay, so if you guys remember, at the end of my mini doc about flock surveillance cameras, I was telling you guys about a hunch that I had that something more could be going on. Specifically, I was asking if all of the viral anti-flock content that is blowing up on the internet right now could have been potentially astroturfed to facilitate the build out of an even bigger mass surveillance state. Well, let me tell you guys, I think I was onto something, because boy, do I now have a few receipts. First off, quick recap. Flock Safety is this company that makes automated license plate readers, ALPRs as they're called, which are these AI-powered cameras that capture and analyze images of passing vehicles, and they store these details like your car's location, date, time, many other things. And over the past 8 years, they've installed over 110,000 of these cameras across America. Most likely, you will find them in your neighborhood. And some are even alleging that these cameras, which they say only tracks cars, is also capable of facial recognition, and all of this data that's being collected is going into a massive national dragnet database. This is something that nobody voted for. Nobody's asking for these things to be installed, so I believe the backlash is real. Let me be clear. Flock is in serious trouble after massive backlash. The reporting is that at least 53 cities have ended their contracts with the company so far, according to a July 22nd article from Futurism. But the part I'm suspicious about is this hyper focus on one company when there are many others that make exactly the same kind of product. Check this out.
I'm also excited to announce that we are working with another industry leader, Ubiquia, to turn streetlights into smart ALPR and live streaming cameras. Without having to add a single pole in the ground, this partnership accelerates deployments and turns existing infrastructure into intelligent, interconnected tools for public safety.
That's what they always say. They always tell us that it is for our safety, quote unquote, public safety. And unfortunately, most of us fall for it every single time. That was, by the way, the CEO of Axon Enterprise. His name is Rick Smith. And Axon is this multi-billion-dollar company that makes things like police body cams, tasers, drones, in-car cameras, and also AI-powered cloud software for law enforcement, military, and enterprise security. And recently, in 2025, they announced that they are going to be expanding into what they call new fixed ALPR camera solutions and next-gen AI advancements, basically the same exact technology and products that Flock makes. Now, this is where the story starts to get interesting. When I was doing research putting together the mini doc, I noticed a bit of a pattern where city councils facing public backlash would say, okay, we hear you guys, we will cancel Flock, only to then sign a new contract with Axon, including this example that you see here from Douglas County, which is the Denver area, where the sheriff's office voted to replace Flock cameras with a $22.8 million Axon system. Flock to Axon, that's what we call 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. Another example is Syracuse, New York. Quote, the Syracuse Common Council on Monday voted to pass an agreement with Axon to install 26 new license plate readers. The 5-year agreement, which comes at a cost of $422,000, goes into effect March 1st. The city presently works with Flock for the same technology, but city leaders express concerns about the collection and sharing of personal information under that arrangement. I've noticed probably about 6 or 7 of these kinds of cases where cities are shifting from Flock to Axon that I know of so far. There are probably many more. So the big question is, what is going on here? Well, let's talk about who owns Flock and who owns Axon. Okay, on one side, Flock, you have investment groups like Andreessen Horowitz. That is Mark Andreessen's group, the Conehead guy. Further down the list, you see highlighted Founders Fund. That is Peter Thiel's group. Y Combinator below that, that is the group that used to be run by Sam Altman. And then on the other side, Axon, that is a public company that is 91% owned by institutional investors, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. That's the big three, and they are the top 3 shareholders of the company. I hope you guys are noticing a little bit of a pattern here.
Noticing.
It's Silicon Valley technocrats on one side with Flock, and the other side, Wall Street bankers and finance. I think when people talk about the powers that be, quote unquote, whether you want to call it the deep state or the Illuminati or whatever, they often think that they're unified, okay? In many cases, they do have a similar shared goal, but at other times, there's a turf war going on in the background that doesn't get talked about a lot, and I think this might be one of those situations happening right now. Okay, almost every single piece of content that I've come across about mass surveillance,
a little bit in my mind, the contradiction that's, you know, the contradiction between finance capitalism and, you know, industrial capitalism. If you look at that, you know, I mean, it's still, I mean, they're venture capital investors, but these are like Y Combinator is a startup investment firm that, it's basically a tech startup fund. So they fund new ideas. And then you've got like Wall Street Finance, the finest of Wall Street Finance, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, that own Axon. It's like choose your master. Landlords or bankers?
On the other side, Wall Street bankers and finance. I think when people talk about the powers that be, quote unquote, whether you want to call it the deep state or the Illuminati or whatever, they often think that
Sounds like money laundering, right?
they're unified. Okay. In many cases, they do have a similar shared goal.
And they do the same things. Debt leveraging, leveraged buyouts.
But at other times, there's a turf war going on in the background that doesn't get talked about a lot. And I think this might be one of those situations happening right now. Okay, almost every single piece of content that I've come across about mass surveillance specifically targets Flock, not necessarily the mass surveillance industrial complex as a whole. So I thought, that is very interesting. Could it be a coincidence? Maybe. But then I saw MAGA influencers starting to get involved in the conversation. Here, Tim Pool is talking about how Flock cameras are really just AI law enforcement. They are building a system of evil to track normal, everyday people. I couldn't agree more. But again, the target is specifically laser focused on Flock. Matt Walsh just did a deep dive a couple days ago about Flock. And here's Eric Daughtry, another MAGA mouthpiece account, I would consider him, posting about Flock cameras being vandalized. You guys perhaps picking up what I'm putting out there? There's a bit of a pattern emerging. And then I came across this reporting from Tony Ortiz, a reporter from Texas, who claimed, quote, at least 2 influencers he's spoken to have been approached with offers of money in exchange for posting negatively about Flock cameras on X. So now it's not just a theory. We're talking about a possible paid influencer campaign. Weird, to say the least. And then this morning, as I was putting this piece together, I saw that Tim Burchett announced that he's going to propose a bill to block Flock cameras. Let's take
ban Flock cameras. Support Axon cameras.
Listen.
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett. I've proposed legislation, here's the bill, to eliminate federal funding and federal agencies purchasing those Flock cameras. I find it pretty disgusting. They're pretty draconian, and you can look that up if you want to know what that means.
Well, given everything that's happened in the past few years, few decades, quite honestly, I think most of us do know what draconian means. But of course, I think the big question that we have to ask is he against Flock cameras or is he against mass surveillance in general? I don't know for sure yet. But here's something that we do know for sure about all of this is that Donald Trump earlier this year invested millions of dollars into Axon Enterprise.
Because of course
my spidey senses are tingling, right? Could we be seeing some kind of mass psyop against Flock?
The inside trader in chief.
Public backlash against one specific company. The city council goes, okay, no more Flock. And the people are like, hell yeah, we got.
Yep, exactly. The same thing you could say about APAC too, because APAC is radioactive pack. So they're gonna find some other super PAC to fund to get the same shit done.
They start to tune out, and that's when they quietly sign a new deal with Axon. And then this next part is an absolute doozy. Okay, in 2015, Jeffrey Epstein partnered with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to invest in a security tech startup called Reporty Homeland Security, now known as Carbon. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein and Israel is a part of this story, as they usually are. Because guess who owns Carbon now?
Axon.
That's right, Axon. November 2025, Axon bought Carbon as part of their quote-unquote new 911 network push. This new $625 million buyout of the emergency dispatch and communications tech firm is meant to help Axon craft a public safety ecosystem. Again, there's that buzzword, public safety. But this is crazy, is it not? Epstein could have made $100 million on secret police tech investment Former Israel Prime Minister Ehud Barak helped the convicted sex offender quietly invest $1 million in a police tech startup in 2015. Its founder said the company, which is set to be acquired by Axon for $625 million, wasn't aware of Epstein's involvement. Sure. I think you think of it like this. Flock, on one side, represents this new wave of technocratic elites, the Mark Andreessens, Peter Thiels, and Sam Altmans of the world, who are in many ways now starting to control and decide what the rules of engagement are. And on the other side, you have Axon, which is kind of like the old guard, BlackRock, Wall Street, Epstein, Trump, who are saying, wait a minute, not so fast. We still want to rule over the world the way we used to. So is Flock being maybe set up as the public fall guy as they all shift to a different mass surveillance company? That is the theory that I'm presenting. But I think regardless of whether or not all of this is just a huge coincidence or not, the key takeaway for all of us has to be that we can't get hung up on Flock or any other individual company, but we have to fight against mass surveillance as a whole. That's the dig for today. Let me know what you guys think. Am I onto something with this theory?
Definitely onto something, James. Definitely. Especially the bit about how they're trying to put up a front about Flock so they can finagle some other backdoor deal with Axon and do the same thing, but not face the public scrutiny. That makes perfect sense. But I think it's a state corporate complex. They're all part of the same cesspool. I wonder, like, let's go back to this right here. Like Tiger Global Management, Sands Capital, Founders Fund, Kleiner Perkins, Y Combinator. I wouldn't be surprised if, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street own those companies too, or they're other largest shareholders. But I don't know. They usually tend to be. Who is the largest, or who are the largest shareholders of Y Combinator? They're connected with Sequoia Capital. Sequoia Capital took an early outside stake by investing millions in an additional 8.25 million. Let's see, who is the largest shareholder of Sequoia Capital? The privately held partnership, meaning it does not have a single public largest shareholder in the corporate sense. Instead, equity and ownership are divided among its active and retired general partners. Billionaire partners like Doug Leone and Michael Moritz led the firm through its most explosive blah, 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 blah. Well, I'm not equipped to do a deep dive on following the money right now, but it's called alliance capitalism for a reason, They're allied with each other just as much as they pretend that they aren't.
There's still time.
Boo that cop. Okay, I think that's all of our Discord posts. I did read a little bit of my book last night, Killing the Host by Michael Hudson. The chapter that I read was about the magic of compound interest. And I'm going to share with you just a few quick notes. I don't quite have so much as I may have had in the past. But he talks about the magic of compound interest and how every interest rate, if there's an interest rate, that implies a doubling time. What does that mean? That means that there's an amount of time applied to that rate of percentage for the interest
where the interest collected at a certain point equals the same as the principal. So at a certain point, you know, whoever's loaning out the money with interest, whatever percentage that interest is also simultaneously how long it will take for that interest to double, to be a 2x from the principal. Does that make sense? I'm just trying to come at you as if you know nothing, you know? But all interest rates imply a doubling time. Now, there's this rule of 72 that I learned about. Explain the rule of 72. The rule of 72 is a quick formula to estimate how long it takes an investment to double in value at a fixed annual interest rate. The formula is the years to double equals 72 divided by whatever the annual interest rate. So if the interest rate is 6%, that means 72 divided by 6 equals 12. That means your money doubles every 12 years. If it's at 8%, that means that your doubling time is 9 years, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a trick that they do. They always divide whatever the percentage rate is by 72, and you get the doubling time. But this concept of compound interest has long been recognized, and I'm talking legitimately recognized, as intolerable. I don't know what kind of word I could use to describe it. It didn't have a. It was exploitative. You know, I mean, I think everybody can understand why that is, but we'll go into it. They you know, going back to the 7th century BC, they understood that, you know, interest rates at a certain point there'll be a doubling time, and after that, a new contract will have to be made because everyone at the time recognized that compound interest really has it's a mathematical formula. It's not really tied to the ability to make profits. It's not tied to the productive economy. It's not tied to a debtor's ability to pay even. It's just a purely arbitrary mathematical formula. And I think a lot of the rates in not prehistoric, but ancient civilizations in, you know, BC time, the typical rate for a loan was 20%. And so that meant that contract took 5 years to appreciate to the doubling time. And at the end of those 5 years, what would happen is the debt, if it was still active, would be canceled because the doubling time, the interest had already accrued the amount of the principal. So it was already you already made your money back times 2. And it doesn't make sense, you know, because money, like Aristotle said, money is a barren metal, or, you know, silver he was talking about. Silver is a barren metal. How can a barren metal breed more silver? And money and credit are not factors of production. Money can't breed and make more money just by simply being money. So it doesn't make much sense. Money is usually tied to a debt from labor. And with interest, there's no correlation to any labor on part of the banker or the landlord. So neither money nor credit is a factor of production. So another thing that's interesting is that, you know, if you have compound interest that goes on for as long as wherever, I mean, there was an early economist in the 1600s or the 1700s who made some analogy that went something like this: that if
if you had a penny on the day that Christ was born, and on every day it doubled up to the time that this guy was writing in like the 17 or 1600s, the amount of money that you would have could not be contained within like the solar system. Like all of the solar system wouldn't be able to contain all the money that you had. If you just had one penny and it doubled every day since the time of Christ. So there's all these metaphors and analogies and ways of thinking of how predatory and how illogical the idea of compound interest is. No, it wasn't Adam Smith. I would say it if it was. No, it was somebody that was like a precursor to Adam Smith, but he's not as well known. I could find it if I had my book, but I don't think it's really that important. I think the concept is more important than who it was. But if you want to know, I can find it. Gotta remember what chapter. Yeah, so this chapter is called the all-devouring magic of compound interest. Called magic, the magic of compound interest, because it's literally fucking magic. I'm gonna find that guy for you since you asked. It was a German economist. No, wait, no. It was a Scottish mathematician. Because remember, before Adam Smith, nobody called themselves economists. Before classical economics, before the physiocrats that we were learning about yesterday, they innovated that term, economists. So this guy, even Martin fucking Luther was like, damn these usurious bastards. Martin Luther depicted usurers scheming. How antiseptic of Martin Luther, founder of Lutheranism. He said about the usurers scheming, quote, to amass wealth and get rich, to be lazy and idle and live in luxury on the labor of others. Imagine that. Martin Luther. What century was he in? I don't even know. Probably like somewhere around the 1500s, maybe earlier. And he was depicting the rich as idle and lazy. And what do we hear from these rich cocksuckers who want to, explain to us about their virtues and how we need to be admonished for being poor, that it's our fault, that we're lazy? No. These wealth hoarders, these usurers that make a breed of a barren metal are lazy. They are projecting exactly how they accrue their wealth, which is literally from unearned income, which is a classical economic concept that has been sidelined from today's discussion about economics. That concept, unearned income, not a thing anymore, but yet it was the hallmark of classical economics. It was, I don't know if you say the hallmark, but it was one of the defining concepts expressed in classical economics. They finally made the distinction between productive profit making and extractive profit making. And that was in the contradiction between earned income, which is what labor and industry does, and unearned income, which is what landlords and bankers do. They're not the same. Qualitatively different forms of profit making, just as the same as you could say for the Palestinian use of violence and the Israeli use of violence. Those are two qualitatively different uses of violence. One is morally justifiable, the other one is not. So this guy in the 1600s, 1614, the mathematical calculation of... let me just go back for just 1 second. One more thing about Martin Luther. He says, imbuing victims with an insatiable desire for money encourages an insatiable greed that would eat up the world in a few years. A usurer and money glutton would have the whole world perish of hunger and thirst, misery and want, so far as in him lies, so that he may have all to himself, and every one may receive from him, as from a god, and be his serf forever. For usurer means the villain that is a pious usurer. Well, he says this other word, cacus, but I don't know what that means, so I'm trying not to say that. But he says, for cacus means the villain that is a pious usurer and steals, robs, eats everything. The pretty harsh words Martin Luther had for the Jews. I'm kidding. I meant the juicerers is what I meant. Please don't call your congressman and report me. So what is cacus? The fuck is cacus? What's all this rackus about cacus? Assuming you mean No, I don't mean caucus. I mean cacus. Martin Luther said it, bitch. When the Protestant reformer Martin Luther referenced the mythological giant Cacus, so it's a mythological giant, he used him as a sharp metaphor to attack usurers, people who lend money at unfairly high interest rates and financial greed. Karl Marx later famously spotlighted Luther's quote about Cacus in a footnote within his masterpiece Das Kapital. In Roman mythology, Cacus was a monster who stole a herd of cattle from Hercules. To trick anyone looking for them, Cacus dragged the oxen backward by the tails into his cave. When Hercules looked for footprints, they pointed out of the cave rather than into it, making it look like the cattle had left rather than entered. Luther saw this exact deception in wealthy moneylenders and capitalists. Damn, Martin Luther was based. Martin Luther used the imagery of the backwards walking oxen to show how financial exploiters make it look like they are providing a public service when they're actually robbing the community. Luther described the pious usurer as a villain who steals and consumes everything while pretending to be honest, likening their hidden theft to Cacus hiding his stolen herd. So there you go. Now, the Scottish mathematician I was referencing earlier, his name's John Napier. The mathematical calculation of interest-bearing debt growing in this way over long periods was greatly simplified in 1614 by the Scottish mathematician John Napier's invention of logarithms, literally the arithmetic of ratios. Describing the exponential growth of debt in his second book, Rhabdologia is the name of the book, Napier, John Napier, this Scottish mathematician in 1617 now, Napier illustrated his principle by means of a chessboard on which each square doubled the number assigned to the preceding one until all 64 squares were doubled. That is 2 to the 63rd power after the first doubling. So he's using a chessboard to show you that, look at, if we just doubled one, for each square on the chessboard, if we just doubled each time, by the time you get to the last chess, what do you call those? Chess squares. The amount will be just an ungodly amount stretching into the into the heavens. 3 centuries later, the 19th century German economist Michael Florsheim cast this exponential doubling and redoubling principle into the form of a Persian proverb telling of a Shah who wished to reward a subject who had invented chess and asked what he would like. The man asked only that the Shah would give him a single grain of corn, which was to be put on the first square of the chessboard and to be doubled on each successive square. until all 64 squares were filled with grain. Upon calculating 64 doublings of each square from the preceding, starting from the first grain and proceeding on, the king then realized that he had not enough wealth to produce all that grain. He had not enough wealth in his kingdom. At first, the compounding of grain remained well within the physical ability of the kingdom to pay, even after 20 squares were passed. But by the time the hypothetical chessboard was filled halfway, and I assume if you're snoring in my class, that must mean you understand the subject matter so intensely that you can just doze off. Is that what that means? So you can obviously tell me everything about who Michael Flersheim was, and John Napier, and the quotes of Martin Luther, and who Cacus was, and the magic of compound interest. Surely you can tell me what the rule of 72 means. Surely you can tell me what the doubling time is for a interest rate of 8%. Right? Yeah, I didn't think so. So there was the part about the pennies. That's what I was trying to say. And I still can't find it. Here it is. In 2,000 years since the birth of Christ, the European economy is... No, that's not it. All right, whatever, dude. Sorry to bore you with my knowledge. Sorry to bore you with my information and learning and education. I know. Isn't that awful that your mind would flower with new information that you're comprehending in real time and then assimilating and integrating within your being and then acting upon that new information, causing it to influence your future actions? Wow. That's crazy. Better to go to sleep then. Better to go to sleep, because it's just a snore fest to learn what the Jews are up to. Don't worry, go back to bed, be a good goy. Just watch your sports ball. Go watch The Odyssey. It's a great movie, I heard. Who's going to win the Super Bowl next year? Right? No, I don't want to learn about usury. I don't want to learn how the financial institutions are fucking me over. I just want my goy slop and then to go to bed. I can't find the part about Jesus. The time of Jesus. I'm telling you, though, it's real. Well, you get the idea, okay? I told you the metaphor. I don't remember who said it. And clearly I'm boring everyone here. I'm a complete failure at life. Stream has gone off the rails. Nobody likes me. I'm just up here on my pulpit talking about finance, capitalism. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. I don't care. I'm not even mad, really. I'll be fine. We're shutting it down. We're shutting it down. You don't deserve me. You don't deserve this. I will cry harder about it. Thank you. Actually. Don't please me. I'm broken. I'm a shell of my former self now. That's what happens. Mood Basket is a bankster and is still enjoying this. Wow. We're having fun. If I stop, the Zionists win. Wow. Thank you for gaslighting me. Really, lots at stake here. I really don't have much else to tell you, though, about it. I mean, I have talked... I gave you more about all this stuff yesterday, but I've been intent on reading a chapter a night of this book. I read... I'm on my second book of finance capitalism, in earnest. This one's called Killing the Host. It's all about how financial parasites and debt have destroyed the global economy. And like I've said, I think that's where we're at. I think we need to understand what's happening. What's the present day age of, capitalism? What's the political economy doing right now? What's the language that we need to dismantle what's happening and decode what's going on? And I think Michael Hudson is the guy for that, for me at least. And I'm not saying he's the only one, but I did just read his other book, The Destiny of Civilization, which is another, I feel like a mandatory read, really great book. Just, I really like authors where every sentence that they say has been refined through decades of research, and they understand it so well. They know exactly how to roll it on out for us. And that is what I think Michael Hudson does. And there's a few writers that I respect that, even when they're talking, it's like, it's just a wealth of information. So, I don't know why you're apologizing, Spoon Spooky. I didn't even know that you did anything wrong. But yeah, it's not as if this stuff is new. I mean, I'm learning. I'm learning every day. I'm probably a little late to the game, but it's not like people haven't come before us and figured it all out. I mean, this is one thing I've been surprised to learn is just how simple this seemingly eternal struggle has gone on for eons now, about interest rates and the privatization of money, the privatization of credit, the private control of the banking system. And that's going back to ancient Rome and before that in Mesopotamia, in Sumer, all of these societies were always concerned about the same questions that we've had to struggle against and struggle with. So it's not something new, but I'm trying to grapple with it and really get to know the material. Yeah, it's all pretty accurate to today's events. We have been very manipulated, and that's another good point, is a lot of these issues were at times in our history, not only in this country, but going back thousands of years, at times this debate, this struggle against the privatization of money and the concept of charging for unearned income, charging land rents, hundreds of years ago, that would have been the feudal landlords. Now it's the banking system, the bankers, the banksters. But sometimes it's been in the foreground, sometimes it's been in the background. I think we've regressed so much, we don't even understand, we don't even know how we're being exploited anymore. it's gotten to a point where we have forgotten, that's by design, neoliberalism and the current economic order. They've made sure that labor history, the actual history of industrial capitalism, the actual economic history of 19th century political economy, that has been completely sidelined, completely shunned. And, Michael Hudson says, if you believe in history, you can't believe in modern economics. And if you believe in modern economics, you can't believe in history, because they're just completely antithetical. My favorite word to describe this is inversion. Modern economics is an inversion of classical economics. Finance capitalism, an inversion of industrial capitalism. To an extent, I think I'm a socialist. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. I believe that the inherent design of how the economy is organized under capitalism is exploitative, is intolerable, because you have two classes. One are the owners and the other class is the workers. And it's a parasitic, exploitative relationship by design that is irreconcilable, that is baked into the design of capitalism. And I think in the 19th century, at one point, it was predicted, especially by Marx as well, that industrial capitalism was a great thing that was going to usher in the revolution that was socialism, because now we have this new mode of production, and we don't need slaves, we don't need serfs anymore. They're actually not productive like we need them to be. We need educated workers. We need them educated to operate the new rising mode of production, which are machines, factories, tools that require more technical skills. So that's good, that means that workers can get paid more, they can get education, they can become smarter, and they can partake in the surplus that they create. But so with that, it was predicted that because the workers were becoming educated, that eventually they would realize the ownership class is kind of superfluous. They're a little bit unnecessary, So it was eventually going to give way to socialist control or public ownership over the means to produce, capital formation, credit creation, the money supply. And that's what we talked about yesterday. That was the big debate in the 19th century. We had the clash of the ages between David Ricardo, Thomas Malthus. We talked about that. I'm not going to go over it again, but that was a big defining moment in the history of industrial capitalism, in the history of England. And it led to, like we were talking about with that chatter, who said they've really, we don't even really understand what the problems are these days, because in the 19th century, they very well understood the harm that usurious economic policies were to the detriment of industry and labor. And yet that's been lost to history, as it were. But it was in the foreground, and they even, came to a point where they passed laws that were taxing wealth, taxing land rents, taxing the landlords, taxing bankers. And, what does Shlomo do? They find a legal loophole. What do the Rothschilds do? They find legal loopholes. They figure out ways to offload the tax burden onto the public, even though the public wrote tax laws into place to guard against such a thing by taxing the rentier aristocracy. If you want to sound real smart, just say, oh yes, the rentier aristocracy is very parasitic indeed. And then you smoke your little pipe, and then everybody says, very good, yes. But again, all those gains made by working class movements have been browbeaten and taken back by the usurers, by the disgraced financiers. You're starting to think that I might be Jewish and is just trying to throw scent off the trail. Wow, that is some severe next level mind games that I must be playing. What about me right now is being very Jewish? As I explained to you the machinations of Jewish financialization of the economy? Can you offer some evidence that would corroborate your claim that I'm secretly a Jew? To what ends, mate? For what purpose would that be? I don't understand your logic. In fact, I think maybe you might be Jewish. Your name's Uriah. I mean, come on. The dead giveaway Steen. Uriah thinks I'm a Jew? Come on now. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Obviously, if you're Jewish or you're non-Jewish and you're committing usurious acts against the public, it amounts to the same thing. You're still being exploitative, even if you sign the cross. Ooh, that's rich. I'm a Christian Zio. Wow. I'm shaking. Again, you can say these things. You can say words. Those are definitely words, but I don't think that you can levy that charge at me based on my actions. Because if I'm a Zionist, I have a hell of a way of going about it. I mean, if I'm Jewish, that would be news to me. I would not understand myself. I'm a dude non-bro. I'm trying to trick you. Yeah, that's right. Anybody you see in the world that is upset about the genocide and is exhibiting just the bare minimum of basic moral principles, there's got to be some weird Machiavellian ploy behind the scenes. There must be hand rubbing secretly behind smoke and mirrors. Because no one can be authentically moralistic in today's society. That's anti-capitalism. That's anti-free market. To employ your innate moral faculties to decode what's happening in your world. That just means you're up to something. I don't trust it. I don't trust that one bit. You're upset that children are being murdered by an occupation apartheid ethno-state claiming Jewish supremacy? What's wrong with you? What, are you just trying to make shekels? Is that what this is about? I don't understand. That's a good point. If I was a Zionist, I would be the worst Zionist in the history of Zionism. What is this? The Enlightenment? Exactly. Human feelings over money? You mean you're literally upset and you're having a moral crisis and this isn't about money? What? Intensified rubs. What's up, Mortiferum? Thank you, buddy. We missed you. Where you been? I hope you've been lurking, because we haven't heard from you. But once again, I appreciate your donation, as per usual. Cheers to you. Everybody clap. Mortiferum's here. All the way from Norway. You're just sleeping, huh? Well, that's why you could use some coffee. Is that why you sent me some coffee? Well, I don't know what time it is in Norway, but it sounds like it's not a good time to be awake. But we were cheering for you in the World Cup. I'm still upset that Norway didn't win. But you know what? Spain won, so that's good because they're pro-Palestine. Actually, maybe Spain is we're okay with that. Oh, I get it. So you are a bitch and you like to gaslight me and cause me anxiety and stress on my own stream. Why the sunglasses? Why not the sunglasses? Have you ever thought about that? Why not? Your mom said that she likes them. They were a gift from your mother. Yeah, I did take the bait, but you know, it's not any reason for you to laugh at me. Yeah, explain yourself, Uriah. Urea, real bitch. Oh, suddenly you care about the health of my eyes, huh? Just a moment ago, you were slandering my good name, soiling my pedigree. Dang, they removed Arthur Quan Lee's YouTube channel. Wow, for hate speech. He got 100,000 subscribers in less than 6 months. That's so... God, that sucks. It's just like me. Thank you for the group therapy charge. I am charging interest now. Speaking of interest, we're doing a 20% interest rate on all Super Chat comments. I don't know how it's going to work yet because I suck at math, but... I mean, I'm getting told by the chat that I'm a Zionist and I'm Jewish, so I might as well fit the part, right? Yeah, well, you're not going to get it back, okay? All sales are final. You're just lucky I didn't charge interest on that ass. He might have been. He might have been. I'm not anti-Semitic. I just like Jew jokes. That's all. I'm just here for the jokes. Honest to God. And to those of you that don't know me, to the extent that I make fun of the Jays, it's really an adverse reaction or overreaction to they're centering themselves as a perennial, eternal victim who has a monopoly on victimhood while they commit a live stream genocide. I can't stand that, you know? That they're, not only are they going to do that, but then in the defense of that, they're going to say that they're the victim. Well, allow me to make fun of your entire culture then. And your funny little customs and habits. Like, I don't give a shit, you know? Like, we shouldn't give a shit. That's the point. The point about making these jokes is that you really shouldn't be fearful of being labeled an anti-septide. The jokes write themselves. We just notice them. That's it. That's all that is. But it's like it's iconoclasticism, right? It's these are not any. It's nothing to be precious about. Going or the days we don't notice. I like that. It's good. We can never going back to where things were and how things were before the mighty and great noticing. Speaking of great nights, get your tickets to the newest summer classic hit, the horror flick of The Night of the Chicken Swingers. Speaking of jokes, you can see my AI generated question. I was trying to get some. See? The Noticing, starring your mom. That was my cover for today. Look how many iterations. Here's another one that I want to show you. The Noticing. It's hungry. I said, can we do a AI movie poster of an 80s style horror flick called The Noticing, and the villain is a Wall Street financial manager or a Wall Street investment banker. And this is what they came up with. Starring Michael Rappaport. Starring Lindsey Graham. It's hungry. My first one was this. I'll show you, but this was just too antiseptic. That's just, I would have definitely gotten arrested if I used that as my thumbnail. Once you notice him, he notices you. The galaxy's last hope lies in the rural America. I said, can we do a 80s horror flick movie poster called The Noticing, but the villain is a gremlin attacking rural America? And then this is what they came up with. Yoda's Revenge. It's the Grappler. I need the Ebert review. But I said, I'm going to get flagged for that, so I can't do it. Thank you, Valentine, for another gifted membership to the community. It's a bit too on the nose, if you will. Yes. Gremlin Yahoo. I did ask to see. I wanted to get Benjamin Netanyahu on there, but they don't do political figures. They said can't do anybody that's real. Or I also asked for Laura Loomer, but they wouldn't do that. So seemed pretty anti-Semitic to me. All right, looks like you guys have posted a few more things, and we've been bantering for quite some time, but let's see what this is from Yoshi.
500 years ago, they expelled my ancestors from Portugal. Today, someone is still trying.
Take it away!
See, there it is, the real anti-Semitism. Graffiti on a light pole somewhere. The Looming, yeah, that would be the name of the movie. Fighting anti-Semitism one light pole at a time. They don't tell you this, but at the top of that light pole, there's a smart light invented by Axon with a flock camera. And it's all owned by the Jews at BlackRock. But good job there. Good Lord, that music is awful. Listen to this music. People actually listen to that music as entertainment. I want to see who these people are. Do they actually exist? Nick Cruz, we love Nick Cruz. Laura Loomer, he says, provides the best PR for Putin imaginable by coming out strongly as a supporter of Ukraine. Yeah, remember when she posed for some photo op outside of a McDonald's? Looked like a bombed out neighborhood, and the McDonald's was still standing in, I guess, some neighborhood in Kyiv. And I thought it was AI, but apparently it was not. She actually is in Ukraine, and she did an interview with Zelensky. So Nick says, Laura Loomer provides the best PR for Putin imaginable by coming out strongly as a supporter of Ukraine. Zelensky is not beating the Nazi allegations associating with such a bigot.
Laura Loomer just gave Vladimir Putin and Russia the greatest PR victory they could ask for, strongly coming out in favor of Ukraine and the Zelensky regime. Laura Loomer is now touring Ukraine, doing propaganda for the state on behalf of Donald Trump, after Donald Trump reneged on his promise of ending the Ukraine war. The Ukrainian regime is not beating the Nazi allegations, aligning themselves with a genocidal bigot like Laura Loomer, who has said insanely racist things about Indians, Arabs, and blacks, essentially everyone under the sun who isn't white.
And I came to believe a lot of untrue things about Ukraine. I used to think that this was a country full of Nazis. I'm just trying to convey to you.
But this shouldn't surprise anyone.
But they were Nazis. It's like insert narrator. But they were Nazis.
Ukraine is spiritually Israeli. You cannot be pro-Palestine while also supporting Ukraine. Zelensky even said that he wants to turn Ukraine into a big Israel. This is why Laura Loomer likes Zelensky.
Yeah, if Martin was here, he'd have a stroke.
She don't give a damn about the Ukrainian people. This alliance between Zelensky and Laura Loomer is just more evidence that the progressive Democrats who claim to be pro-Palestine, but also pro-NATO and pro-Ukraine, are the absolute dumbest people in geopolitics.
He's just like, so unassuming. Hey, they're just the absolute dumbest people in politics. Super based. Follow Nick Cruz if you're not following him already.
The leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, he was martyred because he stayed at home. And he said, I'm not leaving my office and my home because many Iranians have nowhere to go. And
that's an old clip. Do we really want to watch it?
Check, mic check. He said no war, now read the rest. Before the bombs, before the flex. Who needed Charlie off the set? Mic check, hot mic, black shards, white text. Rifle story, bullet test. Too many questions left unchecked. He told her, right, don't take that ride. I ran in Iraq, don't sell that lie. Regime change, turns fire to flood. 90 million lives, mountains blood. MAGA heard them numbers don't lie. Almost 90 said no when the poll went high. No war with Iran, that message spread. Then the war drums came when the voice went dead. SUV floor, pieces on black. Roll white marks, now run that back. They said one shot, one rooftop frame, but the mic got louder than the official claim. Mic check. He said no war, now read the rest. Before the bombs, before the flex. Who needed Charlie off the the set. Mic check, hot mic, black shawls, white text. Rifle story, bullet test, too many questions left unchecked. Candace pulled threads, they called it noise, but questions don't die when they fear that voice. Who clipped the mic? Who cleaned the scene? Who moved too fast behind the screen?
I just got a comment, and I want to share it with you because it's the same thing that we were just talking about. But this guy says, bro, please be better with your wording. Zionists or Israelis is much more accurate than constantly saying Jews. It's not really fair to Jews. And to me, can we tell that to the Israelis? Like, how am I the problem? How is it problematic for me to use the language that is, being defined, the entire framework is being defined by these people? They've set the narrative, But for us to react, we have to really tone police. Don't use the red. We don't want to offend the Jews with our words. Like, I'm sorry. It's not my responsibility. Let them sort it out. We need more, if it's true, then let's have, a whole slew of Jewish organizations coming out and condemning the Israeli genocide. Saying, not in my name, okay? But I'm through with this whole tone policing. Oh, we know that they're doing this, and they call it that, and it's the one and only Jewish state, and most Jews actually support Israel. It's actually a minority of Jews that are, upset. I mean, why is that my problem? Especially in this time. If you really felt that way, like if you were like, I'd be making videos about how, and I've made videos about how Israel is conflating Zionism with Judaism. I've been saying that for years. But I'm over just this whole tone copying rhetoric. I'm truly just an anti-Zionist and anti-Israel, but I can understand why people are feeling the way they're feeling when the Jewish state is the most evil entity in modern history. Yeah, well, I mean, I just wonder if this same person would write a comment under a Palestinian's page or just tone copped a Palestinian for saying Jews and not Zionists, not Israelis. We know that they're doing all these things to you and your family, but you really need to use the correct language before you can principally oppose what they're doing to you and your family. Then I won't be so offended, and I can join your cause. I can get behind what you're about. You just need to say the words that are nice for me to hear. In my mind, it's liberalism. This is what we see from liberals. It's all pervasive. They pearl clutch at rhetoric, whitewash crimes. They oppose all and every genocide and war crime throughout history and in the future, except for the present one. They can't be bothered with brunch. Brunch is a big deal to the liberals. You don't have to say it like that. I'm the problem. Exactly. Thank you. I know. It's me. I'm the fascist. Bob thinks I'm a fascist. I get it, Bob. I get it. If I had 2 brain cells and a botched lobotomy to show for it, I'd be saying the same things, Bob. Certainly me reacting to the fascist genocide of the Palestinians is the real fascism. Yeah, I mean, the fact that people want to tone cop me for what my rhetoric is, as I'm principally opposed, moralistically, opposed. I don't know if that's a word, but you get what I'm trying to say. To a genocide.
Came back then, not cleared, not closed, still questions within. Prosecutor talk, judge struck back. Now the courtroom pressure got cracks in the track. DB wanted 5, Charlie said wait.
I meant, I'm not sure if moralistically was a word, not opposed. I know opposed is a word.
He don't hand America another war state. He wasn't Iran, he wasn't outside. But truth is truth when a war machine lies. He saw the trap before the blast. Said that road turns nations to ash. Then headlines spun and the war got sold. Now the mic check echoes through the code. Hot mic glow, black shard shine. War drums roll.
This is why we need to robustly fund the nonprofit security grant program. In fact, authorizing $1 billion for this program, nearly 3 times the current funding level, is a key component of the Jewish American Securities Act. It's my comprehensive bill, bipartisan bill, with Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma to address anti-Semitism and threats to the Jewish community. This is why we need to robustly fund the nonprofit security grant program. In fact,
Senator Jackie Rosenstein demands $1 billion from U.S. taxpayers for Jewish security. Under the nonprofit security grant program, nearly 3 times the current funding level. This is one of the ADL's top legislative priorities. Just a few more shekels, and then the Jews can finally have their security.
Yes, they're coming over right now. You see all the construction going on right here. Yeah. We don't know what kind of agreements that they're making. They won't let us know.
I'm in Boyce, Louisiana, and like many small towns across the country, it's the site of a massive data center. And like many of those projects, the whole thing was concealed from the public through the use of non-disclosure agreements, or NDAs. At a recent town hall with local officials and the data center company, people asked about the NDA.
The Indian elected officials here that did sign the NDA. Our politicians were elected to represent us, not to represent industry.
I've been investigating NDAs in Louisiana.
They ain't told me nothing.
So, you represent the district?
They ain't told me nothing.
And they didn't tell you anything about the project? It's a district you represent, and then
they didn't tell me diddly poop.
A large development here. I'm just curious, what... Okay. He hung up on me.
But the practice of using NDAs to conceal data center deals is becoming more and more common across the country. So you got NDAs here and NDAs in other places across the country.
Is happening all over the country. And that's not what you call an open government right there. That's not transparency. It's the opposite of that.
We're facing a crisis with corruption, not just here, but everywhere.
Did you know anything about it before it showed up?
No. No one has sent a note to me telling me to know nothing.
All of a sudden, there's this big white tent, bulldozers and everything.
What are your concerns about lack of transparency here with this project?
To not give us the opportunity to voice our opinions until after everything's signed, sealed, and delivered.
What are you use, electric use, I'm concerned about. Utility bills going up. If it puts out a background hum vibrations, it would affect the bees.
Who are they to decide that they can make these decisions in secret, of which I have no idea what informed your decision-making process, and now I have to live with the consequences.
Okay, but why are you crouched on the wing of a private jet? Mortiferum, thank you again for that sizable donation. You beautiful soul, you. I hope you're waking up and feeling good. Feeling good in the neighborhood. Why does that keep happening?
You know, I talked to the executive director of the Industrial Development Group that negotiated the deal to get this data center here.
And NDAs are not illegal, okay? So you're not going to change my mind on NDAs. So we're done. If you want to keep harping on NDAs, that's it.
I wonder how you react to that.
It's insane. Ultimately, we were robbed of any input, and every single person should have a problem with that.
A recent Gallup poll shows 70% of Americans.
Finally, he leaves. Gosh. Couldn't wait for this guy to leave the stream. Now we can have fun, finally. I'm just kidding. I'm totally just kidding. Can we please kick Bob? Oh, yeah, Bob's been gone. I blocked that silly fool a long time ago. How is he still on the stream? The fun has not started. No. It has sharded. But it hasn't started. Anyway, I don't know. What is Bob? I don't see any of Bob's comments. It's a shame. I wish I did now. Is he a good troll? We like our trolls. I know you didn't appreciate it, JFK, but it's not about what you want. That's what's you're not understanding. This stream is about number one. And I'm number one. This stream is about me. No, I'm kidding. I can't even get through the bit. That's too terrible. I'm not that narcissistic. Shut your mouth up, bitch. Okay, maybe it is about me a little bit. How about that? JFK, you mother... You're the one trying to leave my stream without being dismissed. Yeah, we appreciate a troll. They conjure up, they inspire some interesting things to say. But they gotta come correct. Not Bob Vaughn. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but we got the memo. You said night-night. Yeah, you did say night-night. Was you a widow tired? Did you get your milk so you can have a good night's sleep? Love to all. That's Saeed's sign-off. Oh my goodness. Taco Face Fart. Thank you so much for that donation. I have such great friends here. Taco Face Fart is a friend of mine. I don't know. Don't ask, Thugbone. Nobody really knows. Can I personally save you? Yes. You just need to write me a check for 1 million shekels. All right, sorry.
Americans are against AI data centers in their communities. That's why tech companies like Amazon, Meta, xAI, and Anthropic are using NDAs to hide information about the projects from the public, projects that will directly affect their communities, until the deal is already done and there's nothing the community can do about it. What does it say to you, this moment where you have so many people with different views who maybe wouldn't agree on anything else, coming together and really being on the same team when it comes to this project and the NDAs around it?
All of us have to deal with these things. This is where we have to live. This is where our children are. This is where our families are buried, where we were probably going to be buried. This is our home.
Oh my God.
A lot of motion. How you waiting?
That guy is ready to get approved on his bank loan.
The licensing check this year was $385,000. That's just for, like I said, 2K, spending money on cards, jerseys, like everything. So instead of like, basically what it does is, instead of like LeBron James just making $30 million, all the players have came together and said, we're going to include everybody. So everybody gets an equal share. No matter if you're the top dog on your team or you're the bottom dog, we all get the same amount of licensing checks. So, the licensing check this year.
Microsoft wants you addicted to its AI assistant, a leaked memo reveals. Microsoft's plan for its new AI personal assistant is to make people addicted to the tool, according to an internal Microsoft strategy document obtained by 404 Media. This new AI assistant is called Scout, and Microsoft describes it as an always-on personal agent. Integrated into Microsoft 365, the internal document on Scout has 3 phases to its launch plan. The first phase is getting you addicted. They want to get you addicted to their tool. This comes as people are sounding the alarm over AI psychosis and concerns that big tech intentionally designs products to be addictive. I mean, that's nothing new. Both Meta and YouTube were found liable in court for causing social media addiction in children for the first time. In March, a Los Angeles jury ordered YouTube and Meta to pay $3 million to the woman who sued them. TikTok and Snapchat each settled before the trial began. The lawsuit claimed that tech giants' negligence led to her becoming addicted to their platforms as a child. The case pointed to specific features designed to keep users hooked, including autoplay, the infinite scroll, and notifications. What thing was ruined because it was turned into a rich person's hobby? This person answers literacy. If the oligarchs have their way, the children of the very rich will have human teachers, physical textbooks, handwritten assignments, phoneless schools. Everyone else will have Chromebooks, malfunctioning AI, tutors, and screen addiction. Yep, they're just going to monetize that shit. AI addiction is slowly becoming a huge problem. I recently met someone who has it, literally can't get through a conversation without asking ChatGPT what to say. Like, will pull it out in front of you, has completely lost the ability to think for themselves. But if you want to combat against all of that, then hit the subscribe on this live stream, because I am not an AI assistant. I am not an AI chatbot. Despite my seemingly endless library of information and knowledge at my disposal, which were earned through my own intellectual labor skills and talents, I am not an AI chatbot. I'm an actual live, in the flesh, human being. And I can assist you in arming yourself with intellectual self-defense. And how do we do this? We do this
by learning, educating ourselves, reading, above all, noticing. That's right. Not only do you become smarter by watching this stream, but you also become better looking, more charismatic, and overall healthier. As you can see, I have many raving comments about the good work that I do. For example, this chatter has said that I cured their cirrhosis, and they have the liver of an 18-year-old again. And that doesn't happen just like that, okay? That's because of what's in here and also what's in here. And maybe a little bit about what's down there too. But point being is that I'm incredibly invaluable to you. So much, in fact, that you should hit that like and subscribe button, of course. Because it's a very free thing that you can do, and I know that you can do that. And who knows, I might be able to cure your cancer one day. God forbid. God forbid. Thank you, cows for cheese. I keep you happy. I take your mind off the debilitation in your throat that swells up when you're worried or depressed. That's good. That's good to hear. That's what I'm here for to do. We had a hope in 2008 for revolution, not so sure now. Well, nothing in this world is going to stop the rise of China. I think overall a multipolar world is what we're headed for. I don't know if we'll see it, but it will come to bear. Whether we like it, we'll either go down kicking and screaming, or we're going to get along with the program. It seems more like we're going to go down kicking and screaming. But that is the case. I cured your booze addiction. That's awesome. See, I told you, I do good work. I'm doing the Lord's work. Thank you, Spoonie. Well, I don't have much else for you tonight, but we really didn't even look at any podcasts, did we? Look at this. Dr. Aragchi, foreign minister, can paint. You see, we needed a painter. We finally got our painter to wrangle in those J's. He's the man to do it. And he paints. Come on. That's beautiful. Elon Musk is reporting that he's a former trillionaire. How much is Elon Musk worth today? I'm going to say 800 bill. How much is Elon Musk worth today? $725 billion. Oh my God, what a loser. He's only got $725 billion. Wow. I can't wait to eat my Taco Bell tacos later and laugh about that.
Dude's not even a trillionaire anymore. Thank you, Rabbi Ukraine, says Laura Loomer. Rabbi Ukraine. Okay. It was a pleasure meeting with Rabbi Moshe Assman. He's an ass man. It's one thing I have in common with a Jew. Or this Jew. We're both ass mans. The chief rabbi of Ukraine who invited me to his Chabad synagogue in Kiev to have a lovely kosher dinner.
You're obviously the chief rabbi of Ukraine, and
look at him. He's huddled over the desk like a gangster. He's about to charge 20% for having this conversation.
And how many children do you have?
I have 12 children.
I have.
One of them was killed by Russians in the war. He was mobilized. His name was Matatyahu. He was
in the army?
Yes, he was adopted one. We adopted him from the orphanage.
We adopted him from the orphan. Okay, so he was trafficked to you from Romania. Got it.
He was a Jewish guy.
A Jewish guy? Wait.
From the
you always have to do the decoding of what he's actually saying, you know?
Orphanage. He was a Jewish guy.
You got it from an orphanage from a Jewish guy.
Yes, he was adopted one. We adopted him from the orphanage. He was a Jewish guy. We gave him name Matatyahu, and he was mobilized to Ukrainian army 1.5 years ago. And after a few months, he was killed in a battle, Pokrovsk direction.
I can tell you're really torn up about that adopted boy.
Looks like hero. And I have part of my children lives here, part of my children lives in Israel, and in other places.
It's terrible. So obviously, you wouldn't allow your son to.
It's terrible. Not like, oh, I'm sorry for your loss. That's shitty. Anyway.
Go fight for an army that was full of Nazis.
He was here, yeah, no.
Right?
Sure,
the rabbi's son fighting with an army full of Nazis, right?
We have many.
So, no, it's good that we're having this conversation because I think that there's.
Look, she's like, interrupting, talking over the person that she's interviewing because she's got to make it all about her.
Obviously, a lot of propaganda, and I think I myself even fell for a lot of this propaganda, and that's why I wanted to come and find out myself, because there's even people, when I posted that I was going to Ukraine and that I said, oh, I think I fell for some Russian propaganda, there were some American Jews who follow me, who are supporters of mine, who got mad at me, and they said, why would you go and chill for that country that has Nazis in their military?
First of all, I think
it's easy to say, but difficult to come and see with your own eyes.
Loomer unleashed, like she's a zoo exhibit. That sounds like a horror film. You know how we were like parroting horror films with these AI movie posters? There it is. Loomer unleashed. That's a scary story. Saudi oil mushroom clouds from Houthi strikes turn night into day. Look at that. Damn, that's like long.
These races has been Israel, how supportive Democratic candidates want to be of Israel and U.S. aid to Israel. Over the summer, it's been largely seen as a Democratic issue, but it might not just...
Yeah, that's what it should be. It's Loomer unleashed from the kennel.
...be a party thing. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. When we're talking
about... Oh, my God. Did you see that? This guy gives us a little salute.
Harry Enton. When we're talking about Israel's favorability in the United States. In general, there's some big changes.
There are some absolutely huge, mammoth changes.
I don't want to know, Dabby. I don't want to know.
Generational changes that we're talking about. I think there are a lot of Republicans, we'll be able to run against these anti-Israeli Democrats once we hit the...
Good night, Spoon Spooky. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and being here. I sincerely appreciate it. Have a wonderful evening.
General election, because the general electorate feels very differently from the Democratic base, but the general electorate, look at these numbers on Israel.
Oh my God, look at these numbers. Wait till I get my lawyer on the phone.
Favorability, they're all negative. They're all negative. Ipsos, minus 10 points. Fox, minus 11 points.
Oh my
MU,
God, the
Marquette University
drama,
Law
the
School
drama.
School law poll.
He was definitely a theater kid.
Look at that, minus 20 points.
Oh, look at that. The statistics is crazy here.
Research Center, minus 23 points. Negative, 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 negative. And Gallup earlier this year was also negative. We're not just talking about the Democratic base anymore. We're talking about the general electorate as well.
In his mind, he thinks he's crushing it, rather than what he actually is, which is a national embarrassment, making a spectacle of his drama theater skills.
The general electorate has turned against Israel. This is not just a left issue. It is.
He reminds me of a character in theater that's like about to break into song, and then suddenly there's going to be like an orchestra behind him starts playing, and like, dude, are you a news anchor, or are you a theater character? Is this Phantom of the
American
Opera?
issue when it comes to opinions on Israel.
What's the trend line here?
What's the trend line here? The trend line is unbelievable. Look at the trend line here.
Oh my
Compare
God.
this to Donald Trump's first term at this point in Donald Trump's first term.
I mean, what he's doing is kind of gross because what do they do this? It's like appeal to emotion. They're trying to emotionally deliver the news. Like, it's such a big deal. Like, this is crazy. Oh my goodness. Like, this really is a big thing that's happening, and it's really not. It's like, so what? So you ran some polls. The war is gonna go on. It's escalating. There's probably gonna be a ground invasion.
Israel's average net favorability.
Wow.
You go back here, look at this. It was plus 51 points. Wow, Johnny says. Wow, Johnny says, because this is wow. Plus 51. It's minus 16 points in the average poll now. That is what, a 67-point shift against Israel in just 8 years. Israel used to be a consensus issue in American politics, and that was a pro-Israeli position. Now the consensus has actually shifted, and now when it comes to...
Gee, I wonder Weyowitz.
General electorate, it is a minus. Israel is now seen negatively, and we're seeing it in poll after poll after poll.
He looks like he's hopping on a butt plug.
You just had this vote in the House where 100 Democrats voted against military assistance to Israel. How is that specific issue seen right now?
Yeah, you said wow, right? How about wow again? Take a look here. I never thought I'd see the day military assistance to Israel say U.S. should reduce or end it. Overall, 55% say they should reduce or end it. And it is true across the educational spectrum. 51% of non-college graduates, 62% of college graduates. So this isn't just an issue right among white liberals in Democratic primaries. No, no, no. This is true across the educational divide. Even when we are looking towards a general electorate, the majority of Americans believe that military assistance to Israel should either be reduced or ended.
Nice. Look at Nick Cruz. It's too much swag on the screen right now. I don't know what to do with myself. Swagged out. So Revolutionary Blackout Network is at the Green Party National Convention right now. Okay, well, I officially have FOMO. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for just... Where is that? Green Party National Convention. Where is Green Party National Convention? Chicago. I kind of assumed that. Well, that's cool. I wonder if he's going to be speaking. Probably. Elon is such a little piss baby.
I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But do you understand why? Do you think what you're doing is helpful for Western democracy?
Maybe some people do loathe me. And that's probably true. I don't care.
I don't care.
But the fact that, as you pointed out,
But like, I've got a cool leather jacket. Look at my leather jacket. Don't you think I'm cool now?
250 million people follow me is that I think a lot more people actually like me than don't. And I think a lot more people hate you and the media more than you realize.
Oh God, he's going so hard. He's crushing it.
Do you realize the media is despised?
Standing up for social injustice, this trillionaire.
Do you realize that journalists, the view of journalists is like it's like a favorite view of journalists is like 15%.
I do know that in the United States.
So the shoe is on the other foot. They hate you. They hate you far more.
Nuh-uh, they hate you. I know you are, but what am I?
Then they hate me.
I think there is certainly a loss of trust in journalism. I think in part there have been mistakes by journalists and journalism. I totally acknowledge that. But I also think that the kind of polarized environment, particularly on social media, fostered by the kinds of things you are pushing on X, actually helps.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's inciting a race war on Twitter 20 times a day. Everything that he tweets is meant for white people to hate black people.
Makes it worse.
And look at, he's sitting there. They all do this shit with their thumb, and they make this Illuminati thing. Like, he's just so gross.
I don't think so. I think you're the problem, the media. And speaking of loathing, you're loathed far more than I am, and you don't seem to even realize that.
I think very few people know who I am relative to you, so I don't think I play in the same game.
The media collectively.
Thank you. Finally, she says the elephant in the room. Like, you know, you're making a personal attack against this reporter. Nobody knows who this reporter is. Everybody knows who you are.
Loathing, you're loathed far more than I am, and you don't seem to even realize that.
I think very few people know who I am relative to you, so I don't think I play in the same game.
The media collectively. So, I mean, you're hated.
I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes. I kind of wish she did a little bit more than that. That's silly. Ukraine strikes a gas station in Russia's Belgorod region as civilians wait to fill up. This is a war crime. Hey, Grok, why is Donald Trump sitting on a black towel during a Fox News interview? God, that's so weird. Elon Bust is such a little bitch, just like Bob Gov, who is still here, by the way. Oh, don't feed the trolls. Let him post into the void. He's a keyboard warrior. What can you say? They're a dime a dozen. I'm sure he's solving all of his issues by typing with his little tiny hands.
Incontinence. Yes, apparently the Trumpster has incontinence. I think that's when you can't control your bowels. You can't control the leakage of urine. But it's high, he needs a diaper. I mean, he's 80 years old. What can you say? He's incontinent. We are all on a continent, but he is incontinent. Send him to the IDF. He'd make a great diaper spokesperson. That's for sure. Well, I think that's all that I have for you tonight. But it's right on time because we just passed over the 4-hour mark. We did it, chat. Welcome. Well done. Very well. Give yourself a round of applause. You did great. We did it. We did another week of streams. It's not 3 hours, hot dog, you little... I gotta come up with some new names. But, hot dog, it's been 4 hours, okay? There was a lot of noticing Raven's tongue. We definitely did that. I have lost the gift of gab. I can tell when my skills in talking have diminished. It's time for me to log off. Why the fuck are you so pro-Russia? Okay, let me just use that right back at you. Why are you so pro-NATO? Why are you so pro-U.S. imperialism? I do, yes. That cures it all right there. I know, that was aggressive, right? Like, dude, I'm just trying to sign off here, and he's like, why are you so fucking pro-Russia? How is Russia based? I mean, they killed Lindsey Graham. How are they not based? Yeah, for starters, they got rid of Ladybug Lindsay. What's not to love? That's pretty based, right? Yeah, I don't know. The whole standing up to like Western hegemony and U.S. imperialism and not taking shit from NATO expansion, you know, defending their contiguous borders, their sovereign rights, their right to self-determine, their right to organize their economy in a way that's antagonistic towards the United States. Maybe they, God forbid, they take control of their own natural resources and develop their own economies independently of the United States and not indebted to the IMF and the World Bank. God forbid that they're actually trying to build a multipolar world and get rid of this usurious debt trapping that the United States is guilty of on a worldwide scale. God forbid they partner with China and develop an alternative economic trading bloc, right? I don't know. I think that's all pretty good. They're actually opposing unipolar hegemony committed by the United States, the world preeminent superpower. I'm in favor of a multipolar world. Russia is a part of that equation. It doesn't mean that I think of Russia like a Marvel comic book character. I'm not Russian. If I was Russian, I'd feel a lot differently about living in Russia, I'm sure. I'd have a lot more experience. I'm not in that culture. I'm not in that society. But I do lend critical support to the enemies of U.S. imperialism and those who actually take material opposition. Notice I didn't say pure opposition. I said material opposition. They're actually doing something about mitigating the harm done by the U.S.-dominated global financial system and the decades-long legacy, the centuries-long legacy of Western colonialism, Western imperialism. I don't have to justify myself, but I mean, I do this on a nightly basis, and it's not something I haven't heard before from people. I get called all kinds of names in the book just for having an opinion. But those are my opinions, okay? So, I support multipolarity. All right, I'm gonna sign off now. Thanks everybody. I really appreciate all the support I got and I continue to receive from you all, whether it's monetary or whether it's just attention. Your engagement means everything. So thank you for giving me a purpose each day to continue doing these live streams. And I hope you find it of value. I hope you find it useful. I'll continue reading and sharing with you and all the good stuff that we do on a weekly basis, but I will not be streaming on the weekends. You know that normally it's Monday through Friday, just to reiterate in case anybody's new here. I stream Monday through Friday, every 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to midnight every night. Sometimes it's not quite on the money, quite on the dot with 8 p.m. But I'm going to try to start streaming a little bit earlier to accommodate a lot of you who think I stream too late. So, but I'll be back for sure on Monday. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Be good to you, yourself, and your family. And peace and love. Until next time. Good night, everybody.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night. Good night. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches.